Chapter 775. Relying on his own strength, he was able to take down 2 cities consecutively, and that was evident. Fu Zhengji looked at the formation in the sky with a pale face. Is that an army? Is that the Null Division? He suddenly felt that his previous actions were extremely foolish. He was a martial artist on the list of powerhouses, but facing such a powerful force, he was equally affected. I don't have time. Tang Tian shook his head. Of course, to put it in a more elegant way, gold would shine wherever it went. 1,000 men was enough to form a small-scale army, which meant that he could choose even more tactics than before. To a military general, there was nothing better than that. It was the first time Xiao Hanguang was disregarded like that. Since young, regardless of where he was, he had always been the focus of attention. Even Fu Zhengji was asked a few questions by Ghost Face Mask, but he was like air. Han Bingning was also attracted to the scars on the city walls, and secretly gestured to himself, I can do the same thing with my full strength, but it consumes too much energy, and I can't unleash more than a few times. Although they were chasing after the figure, but the gap between them was still getting bigger and bigger. The cruel truth was that Ghost Face Mask's Demon 6 Seals was much stronger than his own. Everyone had been training extremely hard recently, and the atmosphere of the Null Division had undergone a huge change. Fu Zhengji and the rest then witnessed Ghost Face Mask's might, and did not dare to breathe loudly. The Lu family that was a family with 2 lists, they were so glorious, but in the blink of an eye, they had fallen. How could they not be emotional? Xiao Hanguang blurted out, "Can you teach me? There is still a group of our men in Galloping Horse City." Tang Tian said, "Nai Qiu, bring some men to receive them. Shu Yi, you go with them." Xiao Hanguang came to ask him for guidance on the Demon 6 Seals, which surprised Tang Tian, but he quickly regained his composure. Harboring such complicated emotions, Xiao Hanguang quietly observed Ghost Face Mask in the dark. All of the noises disappeared, everyone puffed out their chests and became serious. Xiao Hanguang's current state of mind was in a mess, the joy of not having to face torture mixed with the indignation of being ignored. Xiao Hanguang fell into a dilemma again. Tang Tian did not notice the change in Xiao Hanguang's expression. He continued, "My Demon 6 Seals was comprehended from the heavy demonic execution. I do not know how to tell you, how exactly is the Demon 6 Seals, there are many changes that I cannot describe. But I think, you can train in the heavy demonic execution, maybe you will be able to comprehend it. But you can learn from the Null Division." Tang Tian continued. The entire Sharp Wind City had surrendered, and the Null Division were naturally sent out. Xiao Hanguang knew where their camp was. He was now 100% sure that Ghost Face Mask trained in the Demon 6 Seals, although it looked very different from what he trained in. He had a misconception that Ghost Face Mask's Demon 6 Seals was the real deal. Demon Tang, Taji, Demon, they, Demon, Ghost Tian, they, the Demon, Demon, they, Tang, they, Ji, they are, they. Ming, they, of, Tang Tian, they Tian, was, and of people. They, Fu, they. Of them of Tang of them, they. No one had ever doubted Tang Tian's orders. Purple Cuckoo City had moved out in full force, and Tang Tian had consecutively taken down East Immortal City and Sharp Wind City, which made everyone realize that it was not suitable to stay in Purple Cuckoo City. Over 800 air explosions sounded out in unison. The originally loud and clear explosions became extremely gloomy, as though there was a gigantic drum in the air, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Every step the formation took forward would bring forth a shockwave. After suffering for a few days, he was on the verge of collapse. He felt that he would go crazy if he continued like this, and decided to seek advice from Ghost Face Mask. When Xiao Hanguang surrendered, he was still thinking about how Ghost Face Mask would treat him, if he would interrogate him about the Demon 6 Seals, and if he would be tortured. The Demon 6 Seals held a high position in Sin Domain, and no other inheritance could compare to it. If he were to land in the hands of others, it would be normal for him to be interrogated and tortured. Xiao Hanguang only felt countless gazes landing on him, and suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Han Bingning's mood was somewhat gloomy. After everyone discussed passionately, they came to a conclusion: a pervert is still a pervert no matter where he goes. The orderly and uniform footsteps, with a frequency that could cause one's hair to stand, heavily struck on everyone's heart, causing the heart to palpitate to tremble, pervading out in the air. Sharp-Wind City sunk into silence. Heavy demonic execution? Xiao Han Guang was confused. The entire Sharp-Wind City was alarmed by the commotion. All of them walked out of their rooms, and when they saw the dense formation, all of their faces changed. He was excited. Is this the absolute technique left behind by my ancestor? Boom. But he still gathered his last bit of courage and sought advice from Ghost Face Mask. Galloping Horse City was the foundation of the Lu family, and without it, even if they had Lu Shengxiong, they would only be struggling at death's door. A Maori looked at the terrifying hole on the city wall, and was speechless. Crazy Tang is becoming stronger. A Maori will also become stronger. A Maori suddenly raised his arms and shouted, "Defeat Crazy Tang." Ghost Face Mask ignored him. They quickly entered Sharp-Wind City. The citizens of Sharp-Wind City sized up the army curiously. Everyone knew that Ghost Face Mask had an army under him. Army, this term was too foreign to the people of Sin Domain. Yes. Heavy demonic execution is the absolute technique of the Shui family. In the past, Ancestor Li had stayed in the Shui family for a period of time. Tang Tian said. Yes. Nai Qiu and Shu Yi replied. Nai Qiu and the rest stood in front of Tang Tian. Learn from the Null Division? Xiao Han Guang's eyes lit up once again. It did not matter who he learned from, as long as he could learn it, he said without hesitation. I will go find them. There is nothing shameful for the strong to be the teacher. He consoled himself and relaxed. But very quickly, he thought, how will Ghost Face Mask send me away? Will he mock me? Or tell me that what I am training in is wrong? Or continue to ignore me? But what made him look forward to it was that the Null Division would have more than 1,000 members. Tang Tian shook his head. It's not them, it's Purple Cuckoo City's Null Division. At the start, Xiao Han Guang thought that Ghost Face Mask was putting on an act, but after a few days, he finally confirmed that the other party did not even place him in his eyes. Everyone be alert, do not embarrass the master. He said indifferently. Then I will go to Purple Cuckoo City. Xiao Han Guang stood up and prepared to leave. He started to doubt the inheritance that he had trained in for 20 years, and the indescribable pain started to devour his heart. He had a portion of confidence that came from the Demon Six Seals. The 20 years of confidence was like a mountain, but the foundation was being shaken. There were many minute differences between the two, and Xiao Han Guang even suspected that he had trained incorrectly in many areas. When the Null Division got closer, everyone could clearly see them. The Null Division members around him all turned their faces. All of them wanted to hang a sign on their bodies that said I don't know him. Han Bingning then thought about Liang Qiu and Sima Xiangshan. There was no news of them, but she was not anxious, as Tang Tian would definitely save them. In a short period of time, Tang Tian had subdued East Immortal City and Sharp-Wind City, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. Every single one of their strengths were not worth mentioning, but when they formed such a dense formation, no one could ignore them. The orderly formation looked as though it had been sliced by a blade. They remained unmoving. Every movement of these people was synchronized. Their footsteps were as precise as a machine's. In the air, they stepped forward at the same time, and an air shield appeared beneath their feet. It was densely packed and orderly, causing people's hearts to turn cold. This sentence caused Xiao Han Guang's face to darken. As expected, Ghost Face Mask will not tell me the secret, but that's right, if it were me, I would definitely not divulge it to anyone. I called for all of you because the situation has changed. We might have to increase our speed. Tang Tian first explained to everyone, then turned to Fu Zhengji and said, Patriarch, please explain the situation to them. Although Nai Qiu could not see, but his senses were extremely sharp. As a military general, he had to think of the bigger picture, and the far-reaching effects of Tang Tian's sudden increase in strength. He had to admit that in the Sin domain, an individual's sudden increase in strength was more effective than an army. Nothing was more convincing than the truth. An army had never appeared in the Sin domain before, and everyone was filled with curiosity. What will an army look like? Fu Zhangji quivered. He immediately stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Yes. We have received news that Lu Shengxiong has already brought his family and escaped from Galloping Horse City. He should have known of the outcome of the battle, and know that he is not Master's opponent, so he decided to leave early, and preserve the Lu family's vitality. She did not expect it, Amauri did not expect it, Liang Qiu did not expect it, and Sima Xiangshan did not expect it. Unknowingly, they had already left their past selves far behind. Hearing Amauri's childish words, Han Bingning could not help but smile, the haze in his heart swept away. That's right, I have always treated Tang Tian as my goal. And it is because of that I am able to grow to my current level. The citizens of Sharpwind City were even more silent out of fear. Oh, I'll leave him to you. Tang Tian pointed to Xiaohan Guang, he wants to learn the heavy demonic execution. Fu Zhengji sighed in his heart, he admired Lu Shengxiong's decisiveness, but at the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of sympathy. Seeing that the situation was not good, to cut off one's arm, was not something an ordinary person could do. But this choice also caused the Lu family to fall to rock bottom. Nai Qiu was extremely busy, the members that were rescued from East Immortal City had disrupted their training rhythm, but he still thought of ways and added a new training plan. Thinking about Sharpwind City and the new batch of members that were rescued, Nai Qiu felt a headache coming on. Xiaohan Guang's face that was filled with anticipation once again dimmed down. When the Null Division landed at Tang Tian's residence, the terrifying heavy footsteps disappeared, and the entire city awoke from the silence. The absurd feeling made Xiaohan Guang feel even more conflicted. He was a true descendant of Ancestor Li, and had trained in the Demon Six Seals since young. To suddenly realize that there was someone in the world who had trained the Demon Six Seals to a level higher than himself, it was a huge blow to his confidence. Master's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, I do not have any enmity with Master Ghostface Mask. After thinking about it, he decided to speak the truth. I do not know if my Demon Six Seals is correct or not. Dong dong dong. That's right, Ghostface Mask treated him like air, and ignored him. Chapter 776. Hearing the words Pig Trotter's King, Wu Ma Tian rolled his eyes. His roasted pig trotters swept the entire army, and was the most popular dish for many years. His reputation in the Southern Alliance army was far from his roasted pig trotters. The time that Xie Yuan had bought for the Swift army was extremely precious. Of course, there is one more thing, and that is confidence. Wu Ma Tian revealed a look of ridicule, in the eyes of Go Cheng Wendao and the rest, who are we? Even a strand of their leg hair would be thicker than ours. There are hidden dangers in splitting up, and they will definitely see through it. They will also see through our intentions, but they will still split up. Even if they split up, they're still stronger than us. What are they afraid of? Compared to the hidden danger of dividing our forces, time is more important. The perilous defensive line finally had the chance to breathe, and allowed the Southern Alliance's second defensive line, after the initial panic, to finally be set up. The mercenary army was definitely not clean, they were all wily old foxes, swindling, there was nothing they were not good at, everyone was talking at the same time, all sorts of evil tricks emerged one after another. They're going to come anyway, so why should we lie? There's no way around it, the Stone Forest Sand Continent is on the turbulent flow belt, warships can't go there. They have to pass through the stone forest and reach the estuary behind our defensive line. How did I end up in the pig's trotters? He focused his attention, and under everyone's eager gazes, he continued, but, the Swift army was only able to block the rope, and the crazy wild boars slowed down, but it is not enough. Because they have more people than us, they are bigger, and their skin is thicker. If we directly collide with them, we have no chance of winning. Then what should we do? Let them split up. As long as they do that, we'll have a chance. We are Kai. Aya snorted. Aya's resolute tone showed her determination. How's the Stone Forest Sand Continent? It's just that the defensive line has to be moved back. If it falls, there will be no buffer. The meeting room became quiet, everyone was attracted by Wu Ma Tian's actions. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. Street fighting. Wu Ma Tian choked, and laughed awkwardly. Yes, Kai is long, Kun is short. We have many shortcomings, but we also have our strengths. In terms of defense, we cannot compare to the Swift army. No one could compare to Shisen and his group of underworld continent lunatics. But in terms of urban warfare, who can compare to us? Big Sister's eyes that were filled with anticipation landed on him. Wu Martian knew that he had to reveal something. If not when the meeting ends, what awaited him would be a mountain of pig trotters to roast. So, we're going to use urban warfare to deal with them. Wu Martian waved his hand. That's all I have thought of. Everyone should also think about it and see if there are any good ideas. The atmosphere in Skull Unit was extremely tense. Everyone's faces were ugly. This time, everyone panicked. Everyone's spirits rose. That's right, this is only the first battle. What's the rush? Wu Martian took a step back without batting an eyelid. He coughed lightly and spoke. The Swift army fought a good battle, and they deserve this victory. But in my opinion, they've also encountered the most suitable battlefield for them. Defensive formation? Who could beat them? But everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. What if they went around to other continents? An army's reputation was built from fighting, and borrowing the advantage of a defensive formation, they were able to defend against enemies many times their size. That was an elite army. But if the enemy's general was Iron Spear, Cliff, that was not something any ordinary elite army could do. The nickname, Pig Trotter's King, spread like wildfire. Wu Martian initially tried to correct everyone, but after that, more and more people started to call him Pig Trotter's King, to the point that Master Bing even called him Pig Trotter's King in an army meeting, causing him to despair. His abilities gained the trust of the entire Skull Unit. The Skull Unit that held the same position as the Swift army, their performance in the battle could only be considered average. They did not collapse, but retreated in an orderly manner, and from the tactics manuals, they did not have any bright spots, and did not make many mistakes. Xie Yuan became famous after the battle, and was currently a famed general. In the discussions in the market, many people even felt that the Swift army's strength had already reached the level of a gold rank army, and was only a step away from becoming a gold rank army. Lies. Didn't we escape the last time? This time, if we pretend to escape, they will definitely chase after us. We can first set up a formation in the Water Fairy continent, and then feign cowardice and escape towards the Stone Forest Sand continent. They will definitely chase after us. I was too useless. I'm sorry everyone. Xie Yuan had displayed an outstanding view of the entire situation, as well as surprising courage and decisiveness, causing the entire Skull Unit to feel ashamed. The Skull Unit and the Swift army had joined the Master at the same time, and were treated at the same level, and the two armies usually performed at the same level. The two armies had always been competing in the dark, but no one expected for the battle to be so far apart. That's right. Don't scare our brothers. The meeting room immediately exploded into an uproar. Everyone started talking at once. She was always so crude and direct. Time. Wu Martian said solemnly, the most crucial point in this battle is time. Master Bing's strategy is very simple, to drag out the battle long enough. So the defensive line behind is a quagmire. But for the Honorable Marshal Continent, it is the exact opposite. They are the guest army, and the longer it drags out, the more disadvantageous it is for them. As long as they are unable to defeat us in a short period of time, their intimidation towards the other powerhouses of the southern region will lose its effect, and they will sink into the quagmire of war, and that is the true quagmire. So, they will definitely split their forces, and advance together. That way, they will be able to find the weakness of the defensive line in the shortest time. That's the logic. Aya seemed to understand, but why would they split their forces? Then what should we do? Aya revealed an excited look. Her hand could not help but hold onto her sword hilt. The most important use of the first defensive line is to slow down the enemy's speed. He thought for a moment and said, the enemy is like a wild boar that is sprinting forward aggressively, but as long as their speed is lowered, the threat will be reduced by half. But now, they are being blocked by the Swift army, and their speed has decreased by quite a bit. Everyone listened attentively. They were all mercenaries, and compared to Xie Yuan who came from a specialized school, their tactical attainments were much worse. But, they were still veterans in the battlefield, and now that Wu Martian had broken down the contents and explained it to them, how could they not understand? A gold rank army, the strongest army in the sacred Saint Galaxy. In the entire honorable Martial continent, there were only 5 gold-rank armies, and all of them were directly under the 5 great generals. Oh, that makes sense. Arya, whose eyes were red, immediately bowed to everyone, her heart filled with guilt. For the Swift army to be able to fight such a battle, it was mostly because of Xie Yuan's high standard. Arya, who was also a commander, knew that her standard was far from Xie Yuan. Parla. The conversation started to turn into a bitter and reminiscing mode. The Skull unit used to be a mercenary army, and were extremely proficient in street battles, and after that, with Master Tang Chou and Master Bing's guidance, they became even stronger. Wu Ma Tian's arrival further clarified this point. Arya's agitated emotions calmed down. Pig Trotter's king is right, we still have to fight, we cannot lose face this time, we must definitely turn the tables beautifully. Upon knowing the truth about the Pig Trotters, the other party immediately became extremely passionate. What? You were the one who made the roasted Pig Trotters? Pig Trotter's king. Oh my, the famous Pig Trotter's king. You don't know this, but ever since you stopped making it, oh my mouth has a faint taste. Let me tell you, I even dreamed of roasted pig trotters last night. But under the Swift army's spectacular performance, they were overshadowed. Arya had a strong personality. When the Pink Skull unit was in dire straits, she was the one who bitterly supported them, and she had never cried before. But this time, she cried for the entire night. In the past, she always felt that she could help everyone, but the cruel reality made her realize how terrible her standard was, and that she had dragged everyone down. Big sister, what are you doing? Very quickly, a chorus of voices echoed, that's right. Everyone has a responsibility, but they don't need to split their troops. Another person said. In the meeting room, a group of people had sinister green lights in their eyes, like a pack of cunning wolves. If he met any other army, they would start with a polite and indifferent tone. Wu Ma Tian? How do you do? Of course we have to lie. If we don't lie, we won't be able to lie. That's true, but how do we get them to come? Battles are fought by everyone has a responsibility. Seeing that the situation was chaotic, Wu Ma Tian jumped onto the table and shouted at the top of his lungs. Street battles, we need a good battlefield, the more complicated the terrain, the better, and it has to be big enough, if not we will not be able to hold them. Master Bing's defensive line is truly ruthless, turbulent flow belt. Out of all the large armies in the Southern Alliance, the Skull unit was the number 1 in street battles. Good place. There is no way to fly in the sky, there are sandstorms all year round, and the wind is sharper than knives. They can only walk on the ground. If we lose that place, we will not have the face to live anymore. Wu Ma Tian's strategy immediately gained everyone's approval. Wu Ma Tian coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention, then jumped down and dusted off the non-existent dust on his hands, and said slowly, furthermore, why is everyone so anxious? This is only the first battle. There are still battles to be fought. Are we afraid of not having a chance? Look at Master Bing's battle plan. This battle is so big that it can scare people. We have plenty of chances. But the darn nickname did not affect his position in the army, other than the violent female commander who would occasionally force him to roast a few pig trotters. Everything else was perfect. He could not help but admire Xie Yuan. Anyone would be able to summarize the situation after the battle, but to be able to think it through at such a crucial moment, and still dare to do it, it showed his foresight and courage, which was much rarer than roasting pig trotters. The enemy will definitely split their troops. Wu Ma Tian said with confidence. Xie Yuan has just become famous, what will the people outside say? The third best defense under the heavens. Master Bing placed him at the front of the defensive line, and gave him sufficient depth and reinforcements. As long as the enemy general is not stupid, they will definitely not fight to the death with Xie Yuan. They will definitely be able to, but it will take a long time, and the casualties will definitely be huge. They will definitely move to both sides, and find an opportunity. Chapter 777. Do you look like you care? Qiu Shuhua had encountered the southern region's first army, the head of the 3 gold grade armies, the Sacred Pagoda Army. In the face of a famous opponent, the talented young man did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Both sides exchanged blows, both winning and losing. Qiu Shuhua, we are here. Bai Yu, who liked to be bold and unconstrained, and Guan Jin, who handled matters meticulously, the two of them were the best partners. Almost everyone in the southern region thought that the Honorable Marshal Continent's goal was not the Southern Alliance, but the entire southern region. The Honorable Marshal Continent had been eyeing the southern region for a long time, and their wild ambitions had long been revealed. After the initial panic, the southern region quickly reacted. All the major forces in the southern region reached a consensus to protect the southern region. That's right. Bai Yu placed his legs on the table and laid down on the chair without a care for his image, using his usual lazy tone. But to be looked down upon by others, how can I not care? Go Cheng Wendao's side had gained the upper hand with a show of strength. Other than Xie Yuan, the Southern Alliance's first line of defense had crumbled overnight. This also allowed everyone to clearly see the insurmountable gap between the Southern Alliance and the Honorable Marshal Continent. From then on, the White Crow army entered the eyes of the higher-ups of the Bai family. After that, he won every battle. Although he didn't have any world-shaking battles, the number of experts that fell at his hands were as many as the hairs on a cow. The White Crow army also became stronger. From a bronze army, they were promoted to a silver army, and finally at the end of the year, they became a gold rank army. The Honorable Marshal Continent's three great armies, Go Cheng Wendao, Qiu Shuhua and Mo Xin, were like three arrowheads that advanced together. No one in the Bai family would have thought that the Bai family would be supported by such a person in the future. The Southern Alliance just experienced a crushing defeat. Guan Jin reminded Bai Yu, then said, "Your old classmate fought well. He was different from Xie Yuan, who was gentle and strict. Bai Yu's character was frivolous, he was quick-witted and had the nickname of Southern Region Fox. Whether it's worth it or not, only they know." Bai Yu yawned. Now that the entire southern region believes that they are coming for the entire southern region, they have never thought, what if they are really going for the Southern Alliance? Splitting into three was easy to explain, as the front could not accommodate so many armies. And, look, is there anyone helping the Southern Alliance? No, why not? Everyone's strength was attracted by Mo Xin and Qiu Shuhua. Guan Jin was stunned. Then we're just going to let Mo Xin head to the Southern Territory? Guan Jin's face revealed a serious look. He trusted Bai Yu's judgment, although he looked like a fool, but his judgment towards the battlefield was extremely sharp, and had never been wrong. I know him. He has the ability. Bai Yu's expression also became serious. He is the kind of person who, as long as you give him the opportunity, he will definitely grab it. The Southern Alliance's defeat only proves that they are a group of amateurs, but they have a top-notch commander. You're not going to deal with him? Guan Jin involuntarily put down her teacup and frowned. Other than us, no one can stop him. Guan Jin resisted the urge to roll her eyes and poured herself a cup of hot tea to moisten her throat. Mo Xin isn't easy to deal with. Bai Yu's life was rather interesting. He was mischievous since young, until he graduated. He and Xie Yuan were classmates, but unlike Xie Yuan, who excelled in both academic and moral conduct, he copied homework, skipped classes, and cheated on exams. He was a well-known problem student in the school. If it wasn't for the Bai family, he would have been expelled from the school long ago. He looked at Bai Yu, who was sleeping. Tilda, this guy has tricked everyone. Tilda, the Honorable Marshal Continent said that their target is the Southern Alliance. But when the Southern Wind Army suffered heavy losses, the entire southern region went silent. Compared to Go Cheng Wendao's terrifying offensive capabilities and Qiu Shuhua's overflowing talent, Mo Xin did not seem to be too dazzling, but in the end, it was this unremarkable guy who fought the strongest battle. Panic quickly spread throughout the southern region. Guan Jin started to think that he was joking. Tilda, are top-notch commanders really cabbages that can be found on the streets? Tilda, after graduating at the age of 16, he returned home and immediately ran to the Patriarch to request for an army quota, and clamored about forming his own army. Such a ridiculous request was naturally rejected, but who knew that Bai Yu did not have any intention of giving up, and started to harass him day and night. The Bai family patriarch and clan elders were extremely annoyed, and decided to use an army quota to send the troublesome brat away. Guan Jin immediately realized the beauty of Bai Yu's method. We need to hide our tracks. The Honorable Marshal Continent has infiltrated the southern region deeply. If we are able to suddenly appear at Qiu Shuhua's side, he will definitely panic. Sacred Pagoda Army. Bai Yu's face was crafty. We are gold rank rookies, of course we have to follow our big brother. Furthermore, don't you think that 2 against 1 is great? They actually dare to look down on us. Their foresight is truly terrible. Bai Yu saw Guan Jin's ugly expression, and laughed. Don't bother about that. The Southern Alliance is weak, but the Shang continent is strong. If the Honorable Martial Continent thinks that Go Cheng Wendao alone is enough, they will definitely suffer. In truth, I would rather fight the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers, or the Sacred Pagoda, than fight with the Shang continent. Bai Yu slapped his forehead. I forgot, it's 2. Compared to the other 2 gold rank armies, they had long histories and inheritances. The White Crow army had just been promoted to a gold rank army. Even I feel that he is difficult to deal with. Hey, do you not believe in my foresight? Bai Yu's face was unhappy. Since it's just a verbal quota, I'll let him do as he pleases. Both parties had the same number of gold rank armies, and even if they were at a disadvantage, they still had the strength to fight. As for Mo Xin's side, they had defeated the Southern Wind Army, which was also a gold rank army. All right, as long as they have fun. But no one thought highly of him. They never thought that Bai Yu would actually build an army, causing the patriarch and clan elders to be surprised, but of course, it was only a slight surprise. They all felt that it was most likely just for show, and randomly pulled a bunch of brats to make up the numbers. Aya, since you know about it, then I have nothing to do with it anymore. I will sleep first. The Sacred Pagoda Army and the Southern Wind Army moved out. Our qualifications are too shallow. Guan Jin, who finished reading the news, said calmly. He was Bai Yu's adjutant, and one of the elders of the White Crow Army. Not going. Bai Yu moved his body slightly, thinking about Tang Qian's group. The sleepiness on his face disappeared, and he revealed a sneer. The Honorable Martial Continent and the Southern region are underestimating the Shang continent too much. So you think they can stop Go Cheng Wendao? No one took it to heart. To them, Bai Yu was just acting on a whim. Is an army so easy to build? Money, men, equipment etc. Is that something a 16-year-old can handle? Guan Jin was startled. Guan Jin was long used to it. He was excited by Bai Yu's brazen idea, and wanted to immediately set it up. He finally understood why their route was so strange. Half a year had passed, and just when the Bai family thought that Bai Yu was most likely dead, Bai Yu brought the injured army and miraculously returned. Every piece of news was filled with pessimism, as though the southern region was already defeated, and no one even mentioned Bai Yu's reinforcements. Bai Yu yawned continuously, his eyelids drooped, and after a while, he started to snore. A top-grade commander? Guan Jin was surprised. Bai Yu's eyes were always at the top, but it was rare to hear such a high evaluation from him. How did Bai Yu obtain his graduation certificate? The patriarch and the clan elders all knew it clearly. Why stop him? Bai Yu asked. Guan Jin subconsciously retorted, impossible, the Southern Alliance is not worth them mobilizing so many armies. Furthermore, if it was for the Southern Alliance, they would not need to split into 3. A battle between gold rank armies was rarely seen in history. Then are we going to reinforce the Southern Alliance? Guan Jin asked. The daring Bai Yu pulled the newly formed army and excitedly ran out to search for pirates. Everyone in the Bai family jumped in shock. They immediately sent people to search, but to no avail. When Bai Yu said that, he looked as though he had just woken up. He had risen to the ranks of famed generals 20 years ago, and the White Crow army under him was one of the 3 great gold rank armies in the southern region. Even the Southern Wind Army was not Mo Xin's opponent, so no one felt that Bai Yu could defeat him. But Bai Yu could sleep, but he could not. The 2 of them had always cooperated like that. Bai Yu moved his lips, but Guan Jin was the one doing the actual work. Guan Jin was meticulous and rarely made mistakes. Although I do not understand why you have so much confidence in them, but I hope that your judgment is correct. Guan Jin could not be bothered to argue with him, and asked directly, then where do we go now? Then we will not go against him. Bai Yu said casually. Almost everyone was pessimistic about the Southern Alliance's future, and to them, the fall of the Southern Alliance was only a matter of time. Everyone knew that the southern region's fighting strength was weak, but luckily for them, the Honorable Marshal Continent had misgivings, and only sent out 3 gold rank armies. As such, on paper, both sides looked about the same. Enter. He won't. Mo Xin is a cautious man, and will definitely not make the mistake of entering alone. This is not the Honorable Marshal Continent. If he enters alone, and his path of retreat is cut off, he will cry. Bai Yu scoffed. Why would the Honorable Marshal Continent make such a huge move just for the Southern Alliance? The Southern Wind Army's defeat had caused an earthquake that far exceeded the collapse of the Southern Alliance's defensive line. From the start, no one believed that the Southern Alliance could defend against the Honorable Marshal Continent's army, just like how no one believed that the Honorable Marshal Continent came for the Southern Alliance. Because their commander is outstanding? Guan Jin asked. No. Bai Yu shook his head. It's Meng Nan. He is an inconceivable man. He is not too smart, but he is never afraid, never retreating. Even if he does not see hope, he will not give up, and will fight with his life on the line. The aura that he brings to the Shang continent is the most terrifying. They were both gold rank armies, but the disparity in fighting strength between the two sides was huge. They were different from the newly promoted White Crow Army. The Southern Wind Army was a true veteran powerhouse, and no one had expected that the Southern Wind Army would actually lose. Chapter 778. The seals were slightly shaky, but they were still complete. Tang Tian immediately became excited. Without saying a word, he soared into the sky and rushed high up. My request is simple, all of you advance together, and tear apart this defensive line. His right hand had completed all of its transformations, like a pool of water that could no longer hold a single drop of water. Apart from throwing this punch, he couldn't do anything else. What can I do with my left hand? Heavy demonic execution? Angry fist seal? Grasping flower seal? Or weeping sword seal? After the continuous intense battles, all of them were powerful martial artists on the list of powerhouses. His horizons had been broadened, and he had gained many insights. Xie Yuan is very strong. That was the first thought that surfaced in Go Cheng Wendao's mind when he heard of Cliff Setback. At that time, he was completely relying on his instincts to fight. He did not collapse, but he did not leave the critical point either. Unexpectedly, his fighting strength was extremely ferocious at that time. Everyone stood up at the same time. Their expressions were cold as they acknowledged the order. Other than being cold, his words did not have any emotions. The Demon Six Seals similarly exhausted the power of the physique, and following the changes in the seals, the remaining physical strength in his body was quickly sucked dry. That's right. He maintained his meditation, and slowly recalled all of his experiences. He was not unfamiliar with such a state. In his life of training, he had encountered such situations many times. Another God Fist. Every time I use God Fist, won't I be exhausted to the point of death? How can I let my physical strength run out? Tang Tian shook his head. His body was already extremely weak, and was definitely unable to endure a second God Fist. If he were to forcefully activate it, he would definitely fall unconscious or even suffer a backlash. What else can I do? Go Cheng Wendao's tone was indifferent. His half-squinted eyes suddenly opened, revealing a cold blade aura. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The world in front of him had become completely different. He did not push the blame away, nor did he give any excuses. Failure was failure. The reason why he did not move towards Galloping Horse City was because he felt that he had reached another bottleneck. God Fist. He still had God Fist. His expression became cold once again, and his tone became extremely sharp. We have not fought outside of the Honorable Marshal Continent for too long, we are not familiar with each other, and our understanding of the Southern Alliance is limited, but that is not an excuse for failure. Although his body was empty, it had not reached the critical point yet. Could it be that everything in the dream was what he had experienced? His godly fist was based on deducing all the variations of the basic fist technique, then reversing it, simplifying it, and condensing all the variations into one ultimate fist technique. This fist no longer had any transformations, only the transformation imprints, and it was these transformation imprints that attracted the law threads that were related to it. Due to the large number of transformation imprints, it resulted in the phenomenon of law threads being attracted. Go Cheng Wendao squinted his eyes, a look of admiration flashed past his eyes. Regardless of victory or defeat, Cliff would never find excuses for himself, and he would never question any orders. Neither Ken nor Zeke could compare to Cliff in this regard. Out of the 6 demon seals, he had gained enlightenment on 3 seals, but other than the Angry Fist seal, he had only gained enlightenment on the Grasping Flower seal and the Weeping Sword seal. Previously, he had thought that it was just a dream, but Xiaolan and the Undying Sword made him understand that it wasn't as simple as that. The terrifying aura of the Divine Fist swept across the entire city. Everyone looked at Tang Tian in shock. Yes. Cliff did not say anything else, and sat down. Tilda, could it be that this will not work? Tilda, the space around Tang Tian froze, countless law threads converged in his hand, and the light ball was compressed to its limit. Suddenly, he thought about the process of training in the 1000-cleave demonic hand. It seemed to be similar to this. He could not help but laugh bitterly. He never thought that there would be a day where he would be troubled by the recovery of his physical strength. It was something that he would never have imagined in the past. Sharpwind City was as bright as day. It was truly a tough battle. The fine vibrations penetrated deep into his bones, and the impure thoughts that he was unable to remove were slowly seeping out. The Weeping Sword seal's strengthening of the body was much slower than the Grasping Flower seal and the Angry Fist seal, but its effects were much deeper. At that time, the heavy demonic execution was simply unstoppable, far surpassing his usual self. All of his methods, all of his techniques, were completely unleashed to their greatest value. Unknowingly, his body had become so strong that it allowed Tang Tian to unleash his godly fist. But what made him distressed was that it meant that he needed to find a way to continue exhausting his physical strength. Tilda, all right, this problem seems to be complicated, so Tang Tian threw it to the back of his mind without saying a word. Tilda, regardless of whether it was a dream or not, it was able to allow him to gain enlightenment on the Grasping Flower seal and the Weeping Sword seal. Especially the details of the dream, they were extremely clear, and he could even remember the feelings he had. Zila. For some reason, he suddenly thought about the feeling when he was on the verge of collapse. His gaze swept across the entire field. Victory. I only want to win, do you understand? He paused for a moment, his gaze slowly swept across the generals, and said indifferently, we will split up. Formless Spirit Seal. Go Cheng Wendao's voice was ice cold, his long and sinister eyes swept across the generals who were seated upright. The war room became silent. His fringe that looked like it was cut by a blade covered half of Go Cheng Wendao's eyes. His handsome and somewhat bewitching face was somewhat pale white. Tilda, that is the critical point. Tilda, that battle was the most cruel and difficult battle that he had experienced up till now. Countless of times, he was on the verge of collapse, and if he were to go through it again, he was not sure if he could kill his way out. Sit down first. Go Cheng Wendao looked at the white-haired Cliff, the cold lines on his skinny face becoming gentler. Cliff, Ken, and Zeke were all great generals under him, and amongst them, Cliff had been with him for the longest time, and had made the greatest contributions. And he understood his number one general. Cliff was the model of a soldier, and would definitely not make any low-level mistakes. More importantly, the Godfist's transformations were over. Tilda, that's right, I still have my left hand. Tilda, the Golem 5 gestures and the Demon 6 seals had a deep relationship, and could be considered as the crude version of the Demon 6 seals. At that time, in their bodies, they formed 5 unique meridians, each with their own unique uses. But after that, Tang Tian used the Sword Tempest Cyclone to temper his body, and cultivated the unprecedented zero-energy body. All of the meridians and dantian in his body were swept clean and disappeared. It was as though there was an extremely taut and formless string quietly being plucked by his ears. A string sound came out. Out of the Golem 5 gestures, he was most familiar with the Formless Spirit technique, because it could raise his intuition. But for the Formless Spirit seal, he had not gained enlightenment on it, which made him feel weird. All of the generals trembled in their hearts, and immediately replied, yes. Countless of law threads converged on his fist from all directions, and countless of changing seals swept past his mind. The light aura on his fist became even brighter, and in the blink of the eye, it became like a sun. Such a weak defensive line was actually able to block you guys for 3 days. Cliff, This is your responsibility. Everyone was shocked. Master actually decided to take action personally. Could it be that only in the critical state can I truly unleash my full potential? I will knock out Xie Yuan, and leave the rest to you guys, no problem, right? But how can I enter the critical state? Tang Tian frowned. His current physique had reached a point where it could cause people's hair to stand. This strength not only included the power of the physique, but also the intense life force, as he had swallowed too much life origin essence. Ordinary battles were unable to exhaust his physical strength. Because the speed of his physical strength consumption could not even keep up with his recovery. Tang Tian was not resigned. He had a faint intuition in his heart that his guess was most likely correct. I am very disappointed. His body that had initially stopped improving was actually improving again. Tang Tian, who was racking his brains, suddenly had a light in his eyes. I got it. An unfamiliar yet familiar seal suddenly barged into his mind, and almost subconsciously, his left hand formed a seal. Once that thought popped out, he could no longer suppress it. Tang Tian's current thirst for power was almost fanatical. Regardless of the method, as long as it could increase his fighting strength, he would choose it without hesitation. Cliff stood up with a bang and answered with his head held high, yes. What else can I do? Their morale is good. Seems like Xie Yuan did not affect them much. He's like a killing machine. Above the clouds, Tang Tian's eyes lit up like stars. He slowly pulled his fist back. Tang Tian opened his eyes. The undying sword's fine vibrations swept through his body continuously. Although many of the generals maintained their calm, but the shock in their eyes betrayed the shock in their hearts. But the three generals, Cliff, Ken, and Zeke, did not reveal any look of surprise. Everyone was waiting for him to save them. He still had to kill his way back to the sacred Saint Galaxy. No, it's not enough. But regardless of how many changes it had, when it was completed, it was only one. No, I still have my left hand. Tang Tian suddenly thought of it. Illusion? I've never heard of such a powerful illusion before. When the formless spirit seal was formed, Tang Tian's body trembled, and a faint white aura, with him as the center, spread out in all directions. If not for the countless of sapphire blue dwarfs in his dream, he would never be able to reach the critical point. Tang Tian could feel the power of the physique in his body being sucked out at an astonishing speed, the weakness of his physique, the strength of his glass-like mental state. The two completely different feelings appeared at the same time, and it was extremely contradictory. Go Cheng Wendao was expressionless. He secretly evaluated in his mind, and continued, the opponent's willpower is very tenacious, and will not admit defeat easily. They want to drag us into a stalemate. They want to use the defense line to form a meat grinder, so they hope that we will split up. Time. Go Cheng Wendao said coldly, if we want to break away from the stalemate, then we need to be like a sharp blade cutting through cowhide, and completely destroy their defense line, so that they will not have the time to reorganize their defense line. I do not have the patience to continue fighting with them. They are betting on us splitting up, and that will offset our advantage in numbers. But this will also increase our chances of finding a weakness in their defense line. Chapter 779. Compared to the luxurious and dazzling stronghold that could become a target from 100 kilometers away, the interior of the Ocean Guardian stronghold was extremely chaotic. Just by piling up rare materials, this place had almost become a warehouse for rare materials instead of a fortress. The eyes of the soldiers beside Xie Yuan lit up. This was the warship weapon that they often practiced, Moon Wave Wheel, nicknamed Small Boat. The Moonwave Wheel needed 12 people to control it. It was extremely powerful and required a high level of proficiency in wavy blades. Xie Yuan quickly came back to his senses. He opened a chest and a strange black gold weapon appeared in front of everyone. Compared to complicated spirit treasures, warship weapons were much simpler. To others, it was very difficult to refine, but to Little Fool, it was not a big problem. He had the soul-devouring flame, so it was extremely easy for him to refine the black gold. Large boxes that were more than 15 feet tall were neatly placed inside the transport ship. Xie Yuan, who was used to living a hard life, was dumbfounded. Almost half of the materials were materials that he knew of but could not afford to use. And now they were all piled up here. Xie Yuan was inexplicably amazed. Who knew that the Shang continent would actually be able to produce near gold-grade moon ripple wheels? The speed of improvement was truly stupefying. Xie Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he pounced forward to examine it. Borrowing a large number of techniques from the forceful subjugating bead, the warship weapons that Little Fool refined were different from ordinary warship weapons. Alright, he was just that cowardly. A dazzling golden light suddenly lit up the transport ship. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the source of the golden light. He took the list, scanned it, and was stunned. Wait a minute. Pay attention to the angle of attack. But when he saw the chest, his eyes couldn't help but freeze. The chest was as tall as a person, and it was actually made of black gold. Your survival is the key to our victory in this war. 200 warship weapons. This number far exceeded the amount he had requested. Pseudo-gold-grade warship weapons were already quite rare. Xie Yuan was very clear that in the market, a quasi-gold-grade moonwave wheel was incomparably expensive. Looking at the 200 moonwave wheels neatly arranged in front of him, he could only sigh at the wealth of the upper echelons. Warship weapons were powerful, but they were expensive. Nearly half of the cost of a warship was spent on the battleship. There were a total of 200 moonwave wheels in this batch. This number even exceeded the total equipment of a fleet, so it was no wonder that the soldiers were pleasantly surprised. Xie Yuan patrolled back and forth at the defensive line without stopping to rest. There were many benefits to becoming famous after a single battle. For example, the morale of the soldiers would skyrocket, and the newly recruited soldiers would also feel honored. Little Fool then placed his attention on the warship's weapons. It's nothing. It's my job. Li Ran handed Xie Yuan a list. Please check and accept it. Moreover, he was too rich and overbearing. Reinforce this place a little more. Xie Yuan never thought that the honorable Martial continent would invade, nor did he expect that the Ocean Guardian stronghold would become a protective barrier for the Shang continent so quickly. The reason why he had spent so much effort to remodel the Ocean Guardian stronghold was because he could not bear to see the materials being squandered. He continued to examine, and suddenly, his body froze. He did not know why, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. 200 gold-grade moon ripple discs, that was too terrifying. Up till now, he had not seen a true gold-grade moonwave wheel, but he still had the basic knowledge: gold-grade warship weapons were definitely unable to be mass-produced. Little Fool had tears streaming down his face countless of times. The truth had proven that compared to Bing's treachery, he was still too inexperienced. It was in the shape of a shuttle, shaped like a small boat. The bow of the small boat was raised up, with a crescent blade facing forward. The boat body had 2 rows of seats, and could accommodate 12 people. After being surprised, his mind suddenly moved. An extremely brazen idea suddenly barged into his mind. Could it be that these moon ripple discs can be used together with the new moon form Swallow General Whip? The more Xie Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and wanted to immediately test it out. A large transport ship docked over. Li Ran jumped down from the transport ship. He limped and walked to Xie Yuan, and bowed. Commander Xie, the things you need are here. Xie Yuan did not stop the soldiers from cheering. His gaze was fixated on the crescent moon, and could not move away for a long time. The crescent moon had a faint gold color. The large amount of modifications caused the Ocean Guardian stronghold's fighting strength to increase greatly. From a dazzling and beautiful pearl, it had become a dull and gloomy hedgehog. Xie Yuan had long been suspicious. The amount of resources was not right, as though it was too much. Due to his right leg being injured, Li Ran was not suitable to fight at the front lines, so Bing handed the logistics to him. Li Ran was familiar with war matters, his standard was outstanding, and he was extremely strict and serious, and very quickly gained Bing's trust. The moon ripple wheel was completely made of black gold. It was as black as ink, and the faint gold crescent moon was extremely eye-catching. He turned his head and looked at the other wooden chest that he had just pried open. Inside was the crescent moon of the moon ripple wheel, which was also a faint gold color. The gigantic seashell rock was completely hollowed out, with large amounts of rare materials continuously filling it up, causing it to become even more sturdy. The southern region, which was flourishing with commerce, did not lack money, and the cost of building the Ocean Guardian stronghold was even more than money of the same size. A dignified gold armor stood solemnly and silently. "Master Bing still has something for Commander Xie," Li Ran said. This feeling, it's so familiar. Where have I felt it before? Luckily, it's finally completed. Moon Ripple Wheel. The Ocean Guardian stronghold guarded the southern Jiaoxi route. Its strategic significance was self-evident. The southern Jiaoxi route was one of the most important sea routes in the southern region, and the Ocean Guardian used to be a supply point for the southern Jiaoxi route. After that, following the prosperity of the southern Jiaoxi route, the position of the Ocean Guardian also rose, and it continued to expand and strengthen, forming the stronghold that it was today. Little Fool hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he braced himself and worked overtime, spurring the horses. Immediately, everyone cheered. The Moon Ripple Wheel was obviously prepared for them by the higher-ups, as the swift army was most proficient in wavy blades. If they had so many Moon Ripple Wheels the last time, they would definitely not have suffered so many casualties. The Shang continent produced black gold, which was most suitable to be used to create warship weapons, so Xie Yuan had requested for a batch of warship weapons to increase the stronghold's fighting strength. Although the remodeled Ocean Guardian stronghold was already extremely sturdy and strong, but Xie Yuan knew that he had a huge responsibility, and did not dare be careless, thus he submitted the request. It was truly so. It was formed from a rock that had a diameter of 7 kilometers, with the main body being the seashell rock. The seashell rock was a rather common rock in the Sea of Energy, and was able to effectively resist the corrosion of the Sea of Energy. But, its hardness was not considered high, and its quality was not considered sturdy. Bing's pretentious words would surface in Little Fool's mind from time to time. He felt that Bing was purely trying to squeeze out his labor force, and was most likely lying to him, but what if it was true? As a stronghold, there was nothing worse than this. The Moon Ripple Wheel in front of him was completely different from the ones he usually use. There are other things. Producing spirits required time, and the star treasures were almost used up. Little Fool thought for a long time, and finally placed all of his attention on the black gold. The black gold's performance was outstanding, and was suitable to be used to create weapons, but it was most suitable to be used as warship weapons. He was suddenly looking forward to Xie Yuan's expression when he received the batch of weapons. Master Little Fool refined the lotus. Could it be that the Moon Ripple Wheels were refined by Master Little Fool as well? Xie Yuan was slightly surprised. And considering that the Ocean Guardian stronghold was remodeled by Xie Yuan, Bing handed the task of guarding the Ocean Guardian stronghold to Xie Yuan. But now, he was extremely glad that he was able to make it in time for the war. When Xie Yuan saw the Ocean Guardian stronghold for the first time, he had the same thought. After being mixed with a large amount of golden mica and being rebuilt, the Ocean Guardian stronghold looked even more luxurious and dazzling. The golden stars that looked like stars could be seen from afar. The golden mica could increase defense, but it was too conspicuous, and required a new layer of mortar. The interior was hollowed out, and the space was huge, but the structure was too brittle, so he brought over a large amount of black gold rocks and rebuilt 12 gigantic supports, to ensure that no matter how strong the attacks were, the stronghold would not collapse. He had to redivide the living area and battle area, and increase the emergency reinforcements etc. Xie Yuan suppressed the suspicions in his heart and opened the chest. But his personal time and energy were limited, and time was tight, so he could only refine the core components, while the other components were completed by others. But even so, due to the huge amount, he was still extremely tired. Without hesitation, he obtained the rights from Bing and started to make bold and decisive changes. Could it be? He suddenly opened his eyes. The moon phase swallows command whip, but it did not leave any marks on Xie Yuan. He had been through a lot, and was used to the fickleness of the world, and only treasured what he had. He was shocked by the 200 half-gold grade moon ripple discs that were sent over. Luckily, they are not gold grade, moon ripple discs. Right from the start, the Ocean Guardian stronghold was like a luxurious palace, and not an unbreakable stronghold. To be more accurate, it was half-gold grade. Out of all the components of the moon ripple discs, Only the crescent moon was gold-grade, the rest were silver-grade. After the Southern Alliance was established, the Ocean Guardian stronghold fell into their hands, and Xie Yuan received orders to investigate. The training of the recruits is too slow, we need to hurry up. Place the emphasis on controlling the warship weapons. That's right, it was the aura of the Moon Phase Swallow's command whip. But Li Ran was still waiting for him by the side, so he resisted the urge. Li Ran was the leader of Qin Yuran's bodyguards, and had performed outstandingly in the battle at the Moon Manor. Qin Yuran felt that it was a waste of talent to have him by her side, so she recommended him to Tang Tian, and Li Ran quickly became one of Tang Tian's subordinates. Ocean Guardian Stronghold. Xie Yuan revealed a look of joy, and greeted Li Ran. You've worked hard. What's inside? The Ocean Guardian Stronghold was one of the most famous strongholds in the southern region, and after many generations of expansion, its size continued to expand. There was once a military general of the Honorable Martial Continent that hailed the Ocean Guardian Stronghold as the pearl of the southern region's sea of energy, and mocked the Ocean Guardian Stronghold for being flashy but without substance. This kind of mockery was often heard, and the most common saying was that the cost of the Ocean Guardian Stronghold was enough to build 3 strongholds of the same scale. Chapter 780. Following the reports from the front lines, Mai Chen Xiu calmed down. The Southern Alliance's first line of defense had been destroyed, although an outstanding military general like Xie Yuan had appeared, but the Southern Alliance's overall performance was not good. Destroying the Southern Alliance's supply lines, destroying the Southern Alliance's workshops, the continuous destruction would cause the Southern Alliance to lose blood. Although he did not think that the Southern Alliance could stop the Honorable Martial Continent's army, but his actions could greatly increase the speed of the Honorable Martial Continent's conquest of the southern region. In time, the pirates' activities quickly became rampant. Destruction, he only needed to destroy wantonly. The current Steel Mountain continent was like a half-naked beauty that was extremely alluring. Their only obstacle was the Steel Mountain army. At such a close distance, the stronghold guarding the estuary was instantly enveloped by the concentrated attacks. The other reason was their fighting style. The underworld continent's demonic mounts emphasized on mobility, long-distance assaults, harassment from the enemy's rear, and in the initial phase of the war, the Southern Alliance's most urgent need was to establish a defensive line to stabilize the situation. Attack with all your might. He could imagine how much pressure the Southern Alliance's front lines were under. Mai Chen Xiu could even clearly see the figures sleeping behind the observation window of the stronghold, and his mouth could not help but reveal a smile, but the smile did not have any warmth, but was as cold as a blade. Shisen was like an experienced hunter, patient and cautious as he followed the white pirate from afar. 200 Since ancient times, wars of conquest would always be met with the most intense resistance from the citizens. The sea of flames flickered, distorting the sea of energy. The Southern Alliance, who was pressuring the borders, could no longer care about him. Boss, we caught them. Follow them, be careful, don't attract their attention. When the pirates regained their footing, they stared blankly at the terrifying flames that soared from the stronghold. After a short moment of silence, they cheered loudly. Chiu Shuhua, who is the same age as me, should not be nervous in such a situation. In the distance, a group of indistinct figures quietly appeared from the darkness. Countless thick rays of light and balls of light that were as dense as rain shot out from the pirate ship at the same time. 500 in their vision, the stronghold at the estuary was getting closer and closer. They were quickly approaching, but the stronghold did not sound out any alarm, as though the enemy did not notice them. Mai Chen Xiu was very calm. Even if the front lines were advancing smoothly, he did not think that the war would end in a short period of time. This was a war of conquest. To the southern domain, there was no way out. They would fight to the death. Thinking about the mountain of weapons, Mai Chen Xiu wanted to drool. The white pirates that he led were the elites of the Honorable Martial Continent, but their equipment was still worrying. Of course, to the pirates, the current equipment was enough to satisfy everyone, but to the ambitious Chen Xiu, it was far from enough. The Shuji Worldwide Commerce was one of the most important members of the Southern Alliance, and with its status as a weapons merchant, the majority of the weapons in the Southern Alliance came from them. The first battle of the famed Mai Chen Xiu, This was something to look forward to. Mai Chen Xiu knew that this was a spy who had infiltrated to receive them, but seeing that the estuary was getting closer, his heart was still beating rapidly. He could not help but hold his breath. The fleet quietly moved forward. The deep and dark sea of energy was extremely quiet. Only the distant light emitted a faint orange light that shone through the windows of the warships. But Shisen did not give up. The Honorable Martial Continent's invasion had caused the various powerhouses in the southern region to panic, giving Lady Ru a chance to display her abilities. And if Mai Chen Xiu's pirates were to find a foothold, it would undoubtedly be akin to burying a poisonous thorn in their backs. His tone was extremely soft, as though he was afraid of alerting the quiet stronghold in front of him, but the order that sounded like a whisper could be heard clearly in the quiet fleet. The pirates were in an uproar. The stronghold was already within a kilometer radius, and they could launch an attack from that distance. Bing agreed to his request. An even more dazzling light aura lit up from the stronghold. The sturdy and indestructible walls were instantly torn apart like paper, shattering into pieces. The shards did not even have time to fly out, and were engulfed by the dazzling flames. He was slowly closing in on his target, the Steel Mountain continent. He had probed and attacked a few cities, but did not find any traces of warships. He had never thought that Shisen would not ride on a warship, but bring the underworld continent's demonic mounts to travel long distances in the sea of energy, chasing after him relentlessly. The Steel Mountain continent was not a big continent, and very few people knew that the extremely ordinary continent was actually the headquarters of the Shuji Worldwide Commerce, one of the top 5 weapon magnates in the southern region. It is time for me to replenish myself. Even the pirates were stunned by the scene. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the entire fleet like a storm. Sure enough, the faintly discernible pressure that he felt earlier had disappeared. Mai Chen Xiu, the gentle and feminine name, was a person that even Bing felt was troublesome to deal with. The Honorable Martial Continent's invasion caused Bing to immediately retract his defensive line and ignore Mai Chen Xiu. This battle would definitely shake the Southern Alliance. Mai Chen Xiu never thought that there would actually be people chasing after him. A chance bestowed by the heavens. Land on the Steel Mountain continent. The unstable energy around the stronghold was quickly ignited, and in the blink of an eye, the entire place had transformed into a sea of flames. That was their purpose. 300M, a rare sight. His palms were perspiring. Mai Chen Xiu's guest army was fighting, and the backbone of his subordinates were all generals of the Honorable Martial Sea, but that did not change their nature as pirates. No matter how outstanding a pirate was, he was still a pirate. Lady Ru roamed around the various powerhouses. No matter how skillful she was still just a social butterfly. The underworld continent's demonic mounts had been replenished with a large amount of fresh blood, but their overall fighting strength did not increase, and instead fell. He needed time and battles to train and integrate. Mai Chen Xiu led the white pirates, and was undoubtedly the best whetstone. Ignoring the strategic significance, the Steel Mountain continent's weak defense was also one of the reasons why Mai Chen Xiu was moved. The Steel Mountain continent only had one army, and it was the Shuji Worldwide Commerce's own army. In the Honorable Martial Continent's intelligence systems evaluation, the Steel Mountain Army was described as a group of merchants dressed in luxurious equipment. Shisen led the underworld continent's demonic mounts, and chased after the white pirates. But if the two of them were to join hands, it was enough to cause fear. Mai Chen Xiu was extremely excited. The front lines had already attracted all of the Southern Alliance's attention, and the empty back was like an unprotected beauty, causing people to drool. He did not make a move recklessly, and after a few rounds of probing attacks, causing panic, he led his troops and disappeared from everyone's vision. Following the dangerous situation at the front lines, he was not the only one who had his eyes on the juicy cake at the empty back. All of his colleagues were also sharpening their blades. In the chaos and panic, Mai Chen Xiu's white pirates were like sharks hiding in the deep sea. With that thought, the nervousness in his heart dissipated by half, and his breathing calmed down. The estuary was getting closer and closer, but the stronghold did not have any movements, causing him to be extremely calm. This is probably the most important battle in my life. The opponent's craftiness made Shisen even more careful. He knew that he only had one chance, and if he failed, it would be extremely difficult to catch the opponent a second time. And the time left for him to resolve this problem was limited. As long as the front lines were in danger, he had to lead the underworld continent's demonic mounts to support them. The construction of any weapon base could not be completed in a short period of time. The honorable Martial Continent's elites all bellowed out, calming down the commotion, and the fleet quietly continued to move closer. He was not there to watch the show. I can only hope that the Shu-Ji Worldwide Commerce's weapons are truly as exquisite as what they say. If they were able to destroy the Southern Alliance's source of weapons, especially their weapons manufacturing base, it would undoubtedly be fatal to the Southern Alliance. Such an attack would not be apparent in the initial stages, but after the battle continued for a period of time, the lack of equipment and supplies would gradually become apparent, and such an effect would last for a long period of time. Shisen was calm. He did not celebrate too early. He had fought for so many years, and had never met such a crafty enemy. Lung's tone revealed an indescribable excitement, and when the generals around Shisen heard that, they all revealed looks of joy. Shisen had his own considerations. The collapse of the first line of defense meant that the pressure on the Southern Alliance would increase. Bing needed to consider the bigger picture, and compared to the bigger picture, be it my Chen Xiu or Lady Ru, they were not as dangerous and direct as the Honorable Martial Continent's three fronts. If it was just my Chen Xiu alone, it would not be worth the effort, but behind my Chen Xiu, there was a terrifying woman, Lady Ru. Lady Ru had an acute sense for politics, and was proficient in scheming and plotting in the palace. To pirates, chaos would always be their favorite, and they would only be able to fish in muddy waters. As for whether or not the southern region would be breached, what did that have to do with them? The greedy pirates were only thinking about how to take the opportunity to fish. All of the warships quickly entered the estuary. In the previous hide-and-seek, the enemy could not do anything to him, and that made him extremely excited. Lady Ru did not reveal anything to him, so when he knew that the Honorable Martial Continent's army was invading the southern region, he was shocked, but very quickly, he realized that it was the best opportunity. My Chen Xiu was in high spirits, his chest was surging with emotions. At the moment, even if he was facing an elite force, he had the confidence to win. When the last pirate warship entered the Steel Mountain continent, the sea of energy seemed to have returned to silence. Only the remaining half of the stronghold at the estuary was still burning. It was truly a continuous bloodletting. The Honorable Martial Continent had infiltrated the southern region for a long time, and after knowing of my Chen Xiu's movements, the Honorable Martial Continent's intelligence system immediately provided him with a list of important targets. And in this list, my Chen Xiu deliberated for a long time, and finally chose the Steel Mountain continent. If the two of them were alone, they would not be worth worrying about. Get closer. It was as though the fleet was being pushed back 60 m by an invisible hand. Chapter 781. The pirates advanced at full speed, immediately causing the commanding officer inside the stronghold to panic. He roared with all his might, "Attack! Attack with all your might!" Suddenly, a loud alarm broke the peace of the Steel Mountain continent. The pirates were all extremely excited. There was nothing else that could make them more excited than the scene in front of them. The entire Steel Mountain continent was wailing beneath their feet. Countless of riches were opening up for them. Countless people's life and death were in their hands. Steel Mountain Army? My Chen Xiu was surprised. But not only did Shisen not expand the scale of the underworld continent's demonic mounts, he had instead suppressed them. Looking down from the warship, my Chen Xiu felt as though he was admiring a beautiful painting. In the end, he was still a disciple of the Shu family, and Shu Honglin was doing his best. One after another, figures leapt down from the pirate ships. The pirates released weird screams and roars as they descended from the sky. My Chen Xiu's expression remained calm. All ships listen up, advance at full speed, prepare to fire. More accurately, they are the Steel Mountain Army's reserves. Sir Rust looked and laughed. The real Steel Mountain Army has long been scared shitless. Shu Honglin also knows that the young master soldiers are unreliable, so he recruited a new batch of people, and used the name of reserves. Looking at the numbers, I think half of them have escaped. The Honorable Martial Continent's invasion caused the southern region to be in chaos, and everyone was in danger. The armies that they worked with in the past could not even take care of themselves, so how could they take care of the Shuji worldwide commerce? The situation in the southern region was quickly worsening. Countless pirates were springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain, appearing out of nowhere and appearing everywhere. A few merchant groups were robbed consecutively, causing the Shuji worldwide commerce to be shaken. But they suddenly realized that they could not buy an army even if they had money, and immediately panicked. Only then did they think about their own Steel Mountain army. Shisen did not say a word, his right hand held onto the evening snow ocean's white blade hilt. He strode forward. Their speed was the same, their steps were the same, as though they were cut by blades, even their breathing was flawless. The Shuji worldwide commerce had joined the Southern Alliance, and were able to obtain a share of the profits from the pontoon bridge. Their future was bright. The black gold was a strategic material, allowing the Shuji worldwide commerce to be like a tiger that had grown wings. Although the Bai family was able to obtain a portion of the profits, but ultimately, they were not specialized weapons merchants. This point could be seen from the weapons orders, as more than 70% of the Southern Alliance's weapons were given to the Shuji worldwide commerce. All of Shuji worldwide commerce's workshops were working day and night, operating at full capacity. The soldiers were all stunned. After a few seconds, they came to their senses as though they had just woken up from a dream. The barracks was like an explosion, and the soldiers were like headless flies. The scene was extremely chaotic. The pirates who were in a killing frenzy were slapped a few times by the elites of the Honorable Marshal Continent before they regained their senses. All the battleships stopped their attacks and pulled into formation, following Mai Chen Xiu's ship with all their might. After being abandoned for a long time, the current Steel Mountain army completely did not have any fighting strength. Xu Honglin shook his head inwardly. If he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? The 500 men that were chosen from the underworld continent's demonic mounts were the true elites. Every single one of them was a silver saint. They had gone through the cruelest test and were extremely powerful. Any one of them would definitely be a captain if they were in any other place. Shisen was a staunch supporter of this training method. The 500 of them moved forward in silence, as if they were giant ghosts of slaughter. Mai Chen Xiu's volley had not only destroyed the stronghold, it had also destroyed the enemy's will to fight. The 500 underworld continent's demonic mounts stood solemnly. The establishment of the Southern Alliance caused Shisen's reputation to soar in the underworld continent. The declining demonic mounts once again entered everyone's vision. The underworld continent was like a rotten piece of wood that had once again lit up with hope. More and more underworld continent youths participated in the demonic mounts test, and the number of demonic mounts slowly increased. Mai Chen Xiu secretly shook his head. Tilda, in the end, they are just a group of pirates. Tilda, their eyes were red from killing, they howled and fired with all their might. The thick light pillars and light balls continued to shoot into the ground. Tilda, they destroyed as much as they wanted. Tilda, everyone in the Steel Mountain continent was stunned by the scene. When they regained their senses, the fighting spirit in their hearts crumbled. The soldiers in the various strongholds surged out of the strongholds like a tide, and frantically escaped into the distance. Mai Chen Xiu was enlightened. Without hesitation, he said coldly, "All ships prepare, we will land and fight." A blue light shot out from a tall pagoda and struck the starboard side of Mai Chen Xiu's ship, causing it to sway. The reason why Shisen was able to follow Mai Chen Xiu from afar without alerting him was because they did not ride on warships. Walking through the sea of energy had become one of the unique training methods of the Shang continent. The rain in the sky became heavier, the flames in the distance soared into the sky, explosions continued to occur, and the ground trembled. No one knew that he had once brought the 500 underworld continent demonic mounts, avoiding all the cities, waterways, sentry posts, and even touching the borders of the Honorable Marshal Continent. The gigantic light regiment devoured the stronghold. Xu Honglin was clear of his own matters, although the Steel Mountain army was well equipped, but its fighting strength was not considered strong. The Shuji worldwide commerce rarely needed to use an army, and even if there were any problems, they did not need to rely on the Steel Mountain army. The Shuji worldwide commerce had many allies, and had frequent business dealings with many famous armies. When they needed an army, they had many choices. This group of people were extremely agile, and continuously dodged the attacks of the frigates. Beside my Chen Xiu stood an unremarkable man. He was the Honorable Marshal Continent's spy hidden in the Steel Mountain continent. The reason why my Chen Xiu was able to take down the estuary stronghold so easily was mostly due to him. He did not have a name, and only had a name, Rust. The only thing that made him feel more at ease was the defense of the Steel Mountain continent. The Steel Mountain continent was the Shuji Worldwide Commerce's main camp, and the Shuji Worldwide Commerce had built all sorts of defensive strongholds without hesitation. Xu Honglin knew why. The Steel Mountain army was rotten to the core. As long as the Shuji Worldwide Commerce was willing to pay, all the large armies would be happy to serve. And to the rich and overbearing Shuji Worldwide Commerce, money was never a problem. On the contrary, the Steel Mountain army that had many Shu family disciples, if there were to be a large number of casualties, who knew how many clan elders and managers would run over to find trouble. But with the encouragement from the patriarch, Xu Honglin knew that the situation was dire, and thought of a way to salvage the situation. He could not count on the playboys of the Steel Mountain army, so he might as well recruit another group of people to be the Steel Mountain army's reserves. But under Shasen's command, he was just an ordinary soldier. In another 2 months, his term would end, and he only wanted to end it as soon as possible. Recently, he had been talked to by the patriarch and the clan elders many times, and the higher-ups hoped that he could reorganize the Steel Mountain army. When the fleet was only 300 m away, the commander inside the stronghold revealed a look of despair. Every day, he would continuously train the reserves, but in such a short period of time, only the heavens knew how useful they could be. Although Xu Honglin was serious about his work, but he knew that it was just to comfort himself. Bang bang bang! The smell of victory was so alluring. It was raining. Xu Honglin raised his head, the drizzle falling from the sky landed on his face, causing him to feel cold. It's too late. My Chen Xiu was indifferent towards Sir Rust's compliments. His gaze landed on a group of people who were going against the flow of people. Their speed was not considered fast, but in the silence, they were neither fast nor slow, and slowly pushed the curtain of rain away. They were just a group of pirates, and if they were not able to deal with the enemy in a short period of time, they would fall into a dangerous situation. Once the Steel Mountain continent organized a resistance, it would be their turn to consider if they could escape unscathed. In the distant sky, a group of black dots were approaching at an astonishing speed. Bang! The intense shockwave swept out in all directions, and within a 200 m radius, all of the buildings were razed to the ground. The entire Steel Mountain army became slack, even their daily training was halved, and there were even incidents of stealing and selling military equipment. Towards all of these, Xu Honglin could only close one eye. All of the pirate ships roared at the same time, and countless light auras instantly destroyed the stronghold. But he was worried that the Shuji Worldwide Commerce would be targeted. Their pitiful fighting strength, the wealth that caused people to drool, would attract many greedy people. But such a lively scene, under the dark clouds of war, was actually so weak. So it was like that. The 500 underworld continent demonic mounts behind him moved the same way, holding onto their blades and moving forward without making any sound. From the density of the attacks below, my Chen Xiu could deduce that the stronghold lacked sufficient soldiers, and their training was rather limited. Xu Honglin was worried. If it was the Honorable Marshal Continent's fleet, the moment he gave the order, all of the attacks would stop. Once they crossed over, there would be no more obstacles. Even more light auras shot out from below. Destruction. I only need to destroy. Seeing the group of people pouncing towards them, a cold glint flashed past my Chen Xiu's eyes. This group of people who overestimate themselves are the last bit of willpower of the Steel Mountain continent. Bang bang bang. The pirates' tactics were far inferior to a true elite army. My Chen Xiu could only do some corresponding training, allowing them to be stronger than the ordinary pirates. Regiment after regiment of flames continued to soar, and one after another, the workshops were blasted into pieces. The panicking crowd screamed and ran in all directions. Looking down from the sky, they looked like ants that were being trampled on. The continuous strongholds on the surface entered my Chen Xiu's vision. Xu Honglin's face changed. He had a bitter taste in his mouth. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. Even the Shuji Worldwide Commerce's patriarch did not want to touch the misfortune. But to deal with the situation in front of him, it was enough. Bang! Sir Rust praised, General Mai's decisiveness is truly admirable. Regiment after regiment of flames would light up on the pirate warships, and one of the pirate ships would release black smoke, but none of the pirate ships launched an attack. Not everyone had the courage to let their own fleet take the risk of the stronghold's attack, and when they got close enough, they would fire in unison. There were many strongholds in the Steel Mountain continent, and if they were to destroy them one by one, ignoring the fact that it was a waste of time and energy, it could possibly incite the Steel Mountain continent's citizens to rebel. The pirates quickly split into small groups, and like sharp daggers, they pierced into the Steel Mountain Army's weak formation, bringing forth a rain of warm red blood. Inside the flagship, Mai Chen Xiu's cold order was like a snow-white guillotine, fire in unison. Chapter 782. Who? Shisen brought them through one continent after another, showing no signs of stopping. Only those who had experienced it knew how difficult it was. If not for their natural arrogance, they would have given up long ago. The youths clenched their teeth and followed Shisen, resisting the corrosion of the sea of energy and moving forward with difficulty. Underworld Continent's demonic mounts, a name that had declined for a long time. They were like a group of black ghosts, quietly approaching. Their contributions would shock the entire sacred region. Armed to the teeth, more than 90% of the Underworld Continent demonic mounts were under Shisenator. No one had a sense of security. All the forces were doing the same thing, expanding their armies and preparing for war. Even if they did not have the heart to contend for hegemony, the army in their hands would allow them to sleep more peacefully together. As the person who pulled the Underworld Continent's demonic mounts reputation out from the mud, Shisen's reputation in the Underworld Continent's demonic mounts was unprecedented. The young demonic mounts in front of him were still very young, and had much more room to grow. He carefully led this flock of young eagles, not letting them take the wrong path, not letting them waste their time in worldly affairs. They had to hike back. The sun shone on them, and the sun was behind them. The pirate fleet below the sea of clouds was blocked by the thick sea of clouds, and the endless sounds of explosions came from below. The curtain of rain was mixed with flames, the roars were deafening. The Underworld Continent's demonic mounts smashed into the densely packed fleet. Each of them had at least 8 of those strange bronze boxes on their waists. But soon, they tasted the bitterness. They were like a black seabird diving into the pure white sea of clouds. Shisen squinted his eyes, his face that was covered with frost was as cold as steel, his hand that was holding onto the evening snow ocean's hilt uncontrollably tightened. What a powerful fellow! The majority of his subordinates had returned to the Underworld Continent to serve as instructors. Most of them had internal injuries, and because of their age, their battle prowess had already been set in stone. There was no room for growth. The young demonic mounts behind him were also silent. Any of the young demonic mounts who previously suspected that Shisen was just making empty promises, upon seeing the luxurious equipment that was flowing with the aura of a nouveau riche, all of them believed him. Shisen could still remember the stunned expressions on the faces of those youths, as if they were on the verge of tears. Without any sound, the demonic mounts behind him started to increase their speed. Shisen believed that Hu Qing had the potential to become a true general. All of their blades were unsheathed. Just as they were crying tears of joy, Shisen of them of returning to the Shang continent. Just as they were filled with hope that a ship would take them back, Shisen mercilessly shattered the last bit of hope in their hearts. Dazzling tongues of flame appeared around the battle formation. They were like giant meteorites, roaring and roaring. Shisen understood very well that those who could pass the demonic mount test were all geniuses, and geniuses were naturally proud. No one knew of what the demonic of the demonic mounts wanted. Of them of demonic demoff being. Of the future of the of them. Of them. Up. Shisen held onto the hilt of evening snow ocean, his state of mind became even calmer, the sky full of flames and billowing smoke did not cause his state of mind to fluctuate much. Of the steel of the steel. For the steel. The steel would be. Of the world. Shisen was extremely proud in his heart, This was a brand new underworld continent demonic mounts. Now, clues could already be seen. Bandits were everywhere and roving bandits were wreaking havoc. Shasen's expression was extremely calm, the wind that blew past him was like a blade, but he looked as though he was taking a stroll in the park. He slowly pulled out the evening snow ocean. The azure blue blade body reflecting the sunlight was extremely beautiful. The young demonic mounts were all skilled and daring people, who had never tried trekking in the Sea of Energy before. Anyone with a bit of knowledge could tell that the Sacred Saint Galaxy had reached a crucial juncture. The unimaginably cruel training allowed them to improve extremely quickly. After the continuous battles and tempering, the youthful look on their faces had gradually disappeared, and what replaced it was experience and steadiness. Hu Qing, who was on par with Ah Leng, was a young man brimming with talent, and had gained Shasen's appreciation. He did not disappoint Shasen's expectations. Not only did he train bitterly, he was extremely interested in war formations. The Sacred Saint Galaxy was about to welcome its darkest and most chaotic period. The Honorable Martial Continent's invasion of the South was destined to break the stable situation of the four great powers. Wars were no longer limited to small skirmishes. The wars between the big powers were cruel and bitter beyond imagination. The glory of the past had disappeared with the passage of time, and Shasen was now much calmer. More and more underworld continent youths took the initiative to participate in the cruel test of the demonic mounts, and the underworld continent's demonic mounts once again entered everyone's vision. Continent after continent, they didn't stop at all. They didn't enter any city. If they lacked supplies, they would go and rob pirates, fighting and advancing. They faced the curtain of rain, passing through the thick clouds, and arrived above the sea of clouds. Regiment after regiment of different light auras lit up from their bodies. Some of the light auras were attached to the blade bodies, some were connected to each other, some were flowing with flames, all of them were different. They were destined to be the generation that lay low, to pave the way for their descendants. They were like a piece of red-hot iron. The thick sea of clouds instantly formed a large hole, and the pirate fleet below appeared in their vision. The recruitment price of the demonic mounts was even more ridiculous, because the free underworld continent's demonic mounts were almost completely extinct. In terms of wealth, the Shang continent was definitely not in the top 50 of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, but in terms of investing in armies, few could compare to the Shang continent. The underworld continent was a bitter and cold place. When had they ever seen such high-grade spirit objects? Master Sha said that as long as they joined, everyone would have one. Everyone would have one? Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. The youths all rushed forward, beaming with joy as they took down their equipment, and started to equip themselves in a flurry. When Shasen said calmly that he was about to start a long period of training, no one took it seriously. In the underworld continent, only the strongest soldiers had the qualifications to be called demonic mounts. Which of the young demonic mounts did not go through extremely cruel trials to obtain such a title? The light buzzing sound converged into one, sounding out in the sky above the sea of clouds. The air that they swept past produced fine ripples that refracted the sunlight. Maybe the Honorable Martial Continent would be able to unify the continent, but the bigger possibility was that the Sacred Saint Galaxy would be filled with flames of war, heroes would rise up, and the battles would not end. No one had ever traveled such a long distance in the Sea of Energy. To use such a loss to exchange for the chance to annihilate my Chen Xiu, it was worth it. Money was always more persuasive than empty promises. That was Shasen's ambition. 3 kilometers away, the underworld continent's demonic mounts borrowed the cover of the thick smoke and started to quietly climb into the sky. They were like a regiment of black clouds, quietly climbing into the sky. The young demonic mounts were skeptical of his words, but when they saw the equipment of Shasen's troops, all of their eyes turned red. They activated their star treasures, and the energy in the sky above the sea of clouds seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Kai. There were also black armors with metal wings, called the Black Feather Armor, with the Shuji Worldwide Commerce's imprint. It was the highest grade equipment of the Shuji Worldwide Commerce. Master Sha casually said that every set of armor was sold for 80 million cloud coins. No matter what, we cannot let the pirates leave this place alive. Until one day, when Shasen said that the training was over, they realized that they had already arrived at the borders of the honorable martial continent. The myriad of training made them complain incessantly. But the true pain came from the training in the sea of energy. Borrowing the momentum, they continued to increase their speed. The blades were cheaper, 60 million, and were one of the highest grade black feather series. The atmosphere in the Shang continent was 10,000 times better than his situation in the past. They were trustworthy and worthy bosses, regardless if it was Master Bing or Master Tang Cho. They were the most outstanding commanders he had ever seen, and there were no messy matters. The enemy's fleet did not activate their energy barrier. The pirates did not notice the group of specters that appeared behind them. Their gazes were attracted to the Steel Mountain Army Reserve Force who were fighting like cornered beasts. The last layer of gauze had already been torn into pieces, and the time to reap their harvest was about to arrive. The excitement and killing instinct that caused people to tremble burned every inch of their flesh and blood. Kill. They could not believe their own eyes, but when they regained their senses, they realized what a magnificent feat they had accomplished. Zilar Lane Shasen's heart was as calm as water, his expression was calm, the scenery around him flew past him, as though he was gliding on ice, quietly gliding forward. Even Shasen could not help but admire him. If it was in the past, he would definitely turn and run against such a powerful person. But now, the strength of the opponent did not make him feel fear, but instead ignited his fighting spirit. Without saying a word, he started to increase his speed. The 500 Underworld Continent demonic mounts roared, "Kill!" The new Underworld Continent demonic mounts will become the sharpest blade in Master's hands. The sea of clouds in their vision grew larger, causing the young men's breathing to become hurried. There was nothing else that could make their blood boil. It was the first true battle. The Empyrean ice tree spears on his back were priceless outside, and were said to be sold for 100 million. 1, 2, 5 spears. Shasen's eyes revealed a hint of blood, the armor on his body suddenly lit up with a dazzling gold light aura, and the evening snow ocean slashed downwards. Shasen, who continued to increase his speed, expressionlessly watched as the enemy fleet got closer and closer. His gaze was fixed on the warship of the pirate fleet that was tightly surrounded in the sky. When they were advancing at full speed, the warship was at the front, showing that Mai Chen Xiu did not lack courage. But now that the situation had calmed down, the warship had once again shrunk back into the middle of the other warships, showing how cautious Mai Chen Xiu was. The regiment of black clouds that continued to rise, drew a beautiful arc in the sky, and started to dive down. The wings of the black feather armor flapped even more intensely, releasing a buzzing sound. The underworld continent was a traditional source of soldiers, so naturally the boat would rise with the tide. Currently, an ordinary underworld continent soldier's annual salary had long exceeded 300,000 cloud coins. Such an astonishing price had never appeared before. When he calmly told the ambitious young men that the underworld continent demonic mounts wanted to become the #1 mount. Ah Lung was one of the few old men that continued to stay in the demonic mounts. He was still young, but had outstanding talent, and was the most outstanding old man in the past. With his current strength, he was only a step away from being a gold-ranked martial artist. Chapter 783. Sensing that someone was sizing him up, he lowered his head and saw a pale young man staring at him blankly. Shasen, who was wearing the gold feathers for the first time, was also shocked by the power of the gold feathers, but more than that, he was excited. He could not wait to rush back to the front lines and let the honorable Martial Continent's army witness his power. The black armor and the blade were definitely not ordinary, but it was not strange, as the Shang continent produced black gold, which was something everyone knew. It was rumored that black gold was most suitable to be used to make warship weapons. The materials that could be used to make warship weapons were all extremely expensive. To actually use black gold to make armor, what a waste. The honorable Martial Continent's elites were all dead, and almost all of the counterattacks were organized by the honorable Martial Continent's elites, because they were also the first to be attacked. The pirates were completely routed, and they madly ran in all directions. The pirate ship had just moved a few hundred feet when a 200 feet long saber light descended from the sky, sinking deep into the ship. The pirate ship instantly exploded into a floating fireball. A soul object. Mai Chen Xiu could not help but be surprised by the boldness of the enemy commander who ambushed him. The underworld continent's demonic mounts that smashed into the pirate fleet exploded, splitting into three and entering the pirate fleet. Could it be, under the constant nourishment of the Sword Forest stronghold, absorbing countless of energy, it successfully leveled up to a gold armor, and its name was changed to Gold Feather. The enemy's general was very eye-catching. Among the black figures, Shisen, who was covered in dazzling golden light, looked like a god of war. Mai Chen Xiu was a little surprised. There weren't many enemies, at most 500 to 600. How could 500 or 600 people be so ferocious? Even in the honorable martial continent, 500 to 600 men against a group of pirates was not something an ordinary army could accomplish. Numerous black silhouettes interweaved in the sky. These black silhouettes were like a group of nimble black bats that suddenly gathered and scattered. They drifted about in a strange and unpredictable manner. The sudden attack caused Mai Chen Xiu's face to change. Enemy attack, there must be some unique way. Such powerful warriors, armed to the teeth, every one of them was a killing machine. It was not strange for Mai Chen Xiu to recognize spirit objects. In terms of spirit objects, no place had more than the Honorable Martial Continent. The Honorable Martial Continent's research on spirits represented the highest level of the current Sacred Saint Galaxy, and even the Honorable Martial Continent's martial technique system was related to spirits. Mai Chen Xiu's face was as white as a sheet, his hands and feet cold. That was a soul object. He only needed to destroy these pirate ships, and the scattered pirates would be like turtles in a jar, with no way to escape. This was a true elite force. The fleet was covered in a sea of fire. In the sky, the pirate ships turned into huge balls of fire, floating and burning. The first target of the enemy's attack was the outermost pirate ship. What was amazing was the strength of the opponent's attack. The surrounding pirate ships were destroyed and lost their ability to fly, but at the same time, they did not crash. But before this group of enemies armed to the teeth, the pirates were like beggars. Instinctive fear took over his mind. It was as if he had received a heavy blow to his head. His face was filled with confusion and fear. His mind went blank. He was intelligent, but he had always been a staff officer. Now that he had come to the southern domain, he was a commander. In the past, his only opponents were pirates. With his intellect, adding the elites of the Honorable Martial Continent as the backbone, against the other pirates, he could easily crush them. It was rare for him to face such a difficult battle, and this was the first time he was in such a dangerous situation. One of the pirate ships had half of its stern hanging on it, and was frantically trying to escape. Seeing the pirates being cut down like vegetables, Mai Chen Xiu's hands trembled. It had to be said, although he was the enemy, he still admired the enemy's commander. In terms of reaction to danger, he could not even compare to the pirates under him. Without even looking, Shisen's gold wings spread out, and his body soared into the sky. Amidst the whistling sounds, one after another, figures shot out from the battlefield like black lightning, soaring into the sky and joining in behind him. Sunlight shone through the holes in the clouds, enveloping the entire battlefield. This sort of inflexible and mechanical tactic was not efficient, but it caused Mai Chen Xiu to feel fear. It required an extremely high level of coordination, an astonishing level of discipline, and a terrifying level of execution. The enemy's commander. Gold Wing's golden light was mystical. All of the blade auras were as fast as lightning. With a flash of golden light, they would pierce through the ship. How did the enemy escape my detection? Mai Chen Xiu even suspected that the entire battlefield was under the enemy's commander's control. They all rushed to the cockpit. Mai Chen Xiu's breathing became rough, but when his gaze landed on the multicolored light auras around the black-armored soldiers, it was as though he had been struck by a technique, and was dumbstruck. Armors were an extremely unique type of star treasures, and out of the same grade of star treasures, armors were stronger than other star treasures. Even in Heaven's Road, there were only a few gold armors, which only appeared in the 12 palaces, and the other constellations could only produce silver armors. The pirates that remained on the ship completely ignored the pirates that had already disembarked. The Honorable Martial Continent elites on the ship wanted to control the situation, but facing the berserk pirates, they did not even make a splash. The fear of death caused the normally cowardly pirates to become completely crazy. Anyone who blocked them from escaping was their enemy. They swarmed forward with red eyes, submerging the honorable Marshall Continent elites that tried to stop them. The purpose of this was to use these floating balls of fire to prevent the other pirate ships from escaping. The whistling that filled the sky seemed to have stopped at that moment, the incessant explosions seemed to have disappeared, as though time had frozen at that moment. The underworld continent's demonic mounts gathered in the blink of an eye, and disappeared into the flames and smoke. The rising fireball enveloped the warship. Fuck, hurry up. They were also spirit objects, but the war had just begun. It was under such a rigid method of dispersing, gathering, and rushing that the sky transformed into a sea of flames. One after another, gigantic fireballs illuminated the sky red. The thick layer of clouds was melted by the rising heat wave. Mai Chen Xiu, who had just regained his consciousness, did not even have the time to speak, when a gigantic force came over, and his body was flung up to the ceiling. Bang, he smashed into the ceiling. Feeling dizzy, he tried his best to maintain his composure, and from the corner of his eyes, he saw the back of the ship, and was stunned. Mai Chen Xiu's tactics were outstanding, and after calming down, he understood the enemy's intentions. But, even with the disparity in strength, the enemy did not have the intention to fight him alone. Mai Chen Xiu looked around, and very quickly found it. One of the 6 great armors of the Sword Forest stronghold, the silver armor that originated from Aquila constellation, Silver Feather. The armor that looked like it was forged from gold, releasing a dazzling gold light, to the point that he was unable to see the figure inside the gold light. The tyrannical and terrifying aura, along with the needle-like gold light, spread out in all directions. A gigantic fireball spewed out from the inside of the warship. The dazzling white flames were like a monster from hell, quickly expanding and devouring the entire warship. Truly powerful. Is he Mai Chen Xiu? I never expected him to be so young. The back of the ship disappeared. How is that possible? Although they were few in numbers, but every single one of them were elites, at least at the level of a silver saint, causing Mai Chen Xiu to be stunned. When he saw the equipment on the soldiers, even Mai Chen Xiu, who was born in the honorable Marshall Continent, could not help but gasp. Every time Evening Snow Ocean released a blade, a 50 m wide white line would sweep past. It was a raging blade aura formed from the convergence of surging energy. Annihilation. Only when the enemy wants to annihilate them would they make such a choice. How can there be such a powerful spirit object in the world? Mai Chen Xiu's eyes revealed a look of shock. He had never seen such a powerful spirit object before. The gold light was so congealed that it looked like molten gold, flowing on the surface of the armor. It was an entire set of armor, from head to toe. The gold helmet was shaped like an eagle's head. The gold mask covered the enemy's face completely, only revealing a pair of ice-cold eyes. On the back of the armor, there was a pair of gold wings, as though they were made from thin layers of gold. It was extremely beautiful. Shisen felt that it was a pity, but without hesitation, Evening Snow Ocean gently waved his blade, and a blade aura instantly tore through space, piercing through Mai Chen Xiu's body and entering the warship. Turn. Quickly turn. Shisen did not care about the pirates that were fleeing in all directions. The scattered pirates could be handed over to the local guards of the Steel Mountain continent. He simply walked to the back of the warship, and admired the battlefield. Since I am powerless to turn the situation around, I might as well admire the enemy's performance. I am extremely curious about them. I just flew into the Steel Mountain continent, but they already followed me. There is only one possibility. They have always been secretly following me. I actually did not sense them at all. I have been extremely careful, and did not slack off at all, but I still did not find any traces of the enemy. Knowing that he had no hope of escaping, Mai Chen Xiu calmed down. He took a deep breath, and suppressed the fighting intent in his heart. With Evening Snow Ocean in his hands, Shisen, who was dressed in gold feathers, swept through the battlefield. The white pirates had been trained by the Honorable Marshall Continent, and were stronger than any ordinary army. Mai Chen Xiu had carefully selected this batch of white pirates, although they did not have high attainments in tactics, but their individual strengths were not weak. After observing for a moment, The surprise on my Chen Xiu's face disappeared, and what replaced it was seriousness. His pupils dilated, a blade aura that was over 30 m long, with a terrifying whistling sound that caused people's scalps to go numb, smashed heavily into the pirate ship in front of his warship. The sturdy hull of the ship was like a piece of paper, and countless of wood splinters flew everywhere. My performance is also terrible. The experienced pirates might have low attainments in fighting, and were undisciplined, but in terms of escaping, they were much stronger than my Chen Xiu, who was a military general. All of the pirates had lost control, and only had one thought in their minds: escape. Before he finished speaking, an intense explosion engulfed his words. My Chen Xiu, who had lost his soul, sat down on the deck, his mouth filled with bitterness. Pirates were ultimately pirates. If it was an army of the honorable martial continent with strict discipline, he could still try to retaliate, but now there was no hope. But even in the honorable martial continent that was famed for spirit objects, they were not extravagant to the point where everyone had one. They formed groups of 3 to 5, sometimes gathering and sometimes separating, like flowing water, but every time they attacked an enemy, they would regroup at high speeds, even if the enemy was only one person. He is also a genius young man. The blue javelin on his back looked familiar, and my Chen Xiu suddenly thought about the Empyrean ice tree spears that had suddenly appeared on the market. Bang! The energy undulation caused by the gold feathers and evening snow ocean was like a tsunami. Countless of energy traces appeared in the sky, and the thick sea of clouds started to boil. Chapter 784. Damn it. Ling Shu's orange pupils were ignited. At the moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind, and only had one thought. Hearing that, Ling Shu became even more depressed. Ling Shu did not care about cursing anymore. He used his silver spear like a rod, and started smashing the soldiers on the ground. Just as he was about to throw the silver frost sheep horn seal back, he suddenly heard the sound of the wind chimes, causing him to be startled. The other party did not have any expression, but for some reason, Ling Shu could feel the disdain from the other party. The short training only stuffed the most basic knowledge into Ling Shu's mind, and only the heavens knew how much he had left. It was a blatant disdain. He lacked patience, had a fiery temper. If he did not agree, he would raise his spear. His desire to fight was too strong, and he was unable to make the most logical choice. Maybe he was more suited to be the vanguard, and not a military general. But he did not have enough manpower, so he could only bite the bullet. The power that was restraining him was extremely strong. Ling Shu tried to struggle, but he could not move at all. Not only was he not surprised, his face revealed joy. That's right, it's like that. He suddenly thought about the time when he was learning the Ari's Spear of Stars, and fell into a similar illusion. In that illusion, those blurry figures had demonstrated to him what the real Ari's Spear of Stars was. Ling Shu, who was in a mess, sat down, placed his silver spear on his legs, and stared at the gigantic light regiment in the sea of energy. It was not easy to traverse the sea of energy on foot. Yu Qingyi and the rest were fine. They had star treasures, and trained diligently, and often swam in the sea of energy. All of the newly recruited soldiers had never experienced such things before, and were all exhausted, and fell to the ground. Seeing that, Ling Shu held onto the silver frost sheep horn seal in his right hand, and placed it on his left palm. The clear sound of the wind chimes seemed to have passed through time and arrived in front of him. Layers of ripples, with the sheep horn wind chimes as the center, started to spread out. Ling Shu, who was focused on the sheep horn wind chimes, did not notice that the silver frost mount insignia that he had placed on his palm was currently lighting up with a faint light aura. Such a strange thing naturally caused people's hair to stand. In the blink of an eye, they were on a hill. Seeing the messy group of people in front of him, Ling Shu laughed bitterly in his heart. Compared to the legendary silver frost mounts, they were not even fit to carry their shoes. If teacher knows that I have ruined the silver frost mount's name, who knows if he will crawl out of his coffin in anger. Looking at the loosely scattered people in front of him, his face darkened. The troops under Crane were always neat and tidy, and were pleasing to the eye. Although the troops under his command could barely be considered neat, they were like a loose and crispy biscuit that would shatter with a little force. The silver frost goat horn seal's design was simple. It had 2 goat horns that were as straight as swords, and on the seal was the insignia of the silver frost mount. Get up. Ling Shu used the disciples of the Southern Islands Yu family as the backbone. In the end, it was the inheritance of Aries constellation, and everyone walked the same path. The Yu family only had a few hundred disciples, and relying on them alone was not enough to support an army, so he chose a few people with decent strength, who trained in spear techniques to fill in the gaps, and barely managed to pull up an army. SSSSI, Yu Qingyi and the rest could not help but take in a breath of cold air. All of their faces turned white. Tilda, what the hell is that? Tilda, all right. The only method he could think of was the silver frost mounts. He racked his brains to recall carefully the part of the silver frost mounts inheritance that he had neglected. But no matter how he tried, it was still a blur. Tilda, damn it, nothing is going well. Tilda, the brand new army was called the Silver Frost Mounts, and that was the only name he could think of. There were only 50 people on the small slope, but the aura released by the 50 of them far surpassed the rookies behind him. The 50 riders did not make any sound. They sat on the sword-horned snowgoat's back, and did not move an inch. Ling Shu, who revered individual battles, did not have any interest in the silver frost goat horn seal, but at the moment when he was forced into a corner, he suddenly remembered that he still had such a thing. A ripple spread through the entire camp. White robes and silver spears, riding on a goat with 2 horns that looked like swords, but underneath the white robes, it was not a living thing, but a regiment of mist. Their faces were completely covered in mist, without any facial features or eyes. He stared at Yu Qingyi with an unkind expression. Yu Qingyi shrunk his head, and retreated to the side. They had trained with Ling Shu in spear techniques, and were clear of the master's temper. If they were to anger the master, he would stab them. The familiar sound of the sheep horn wind bells came out from the other side of the slope. Although it was his first time as a military general, and the current situation was not surprising, but to the prideful Ling Shu, for him to admit defeat and admit that he was weak was worse than killing him. All of you get up. Tilda, no reaction. Tilda, my army is also called the Silver Frost Mounts. It cannot be too weak. Tilda, kill them. Tilda, that's right. It was disdain. Ling Shu's face swelled red. The naked disdain was like a whip that struck his face. The random whipping finally saved the group of rookies who were in a state of panic. Compared to them, the Yu family disciples' reactions were much better. After all, they had experienced fighting before. But the newly recruited soldiers were all rookies. Tilda, asshole. Tilda, since when was he looked down on by others? He had never thought that there would be a day where he would create an army. The march was not going smoothly. Ignoring the fact that they were weak, they were moving at a tortoise's speed. He wanted to kill all of them, and then kill his way to the honorable Marshall continent by himself. The majority of the army's marching speed was slowed down by the rookies, and became as slow as a tortoise. But Ling Shu had tried it before. Regardless of how he scolded and whipped them, they were still strong. The scenery around them started to distort. Everyone seemed to have been struck by a technique, and was shocked to realize that they were unable to move. Ling Shu himself felt the same. Ever since he left the Shang continent, his mood had always been bad. Ling Shu stared at them for a long time, but there was no reaction, causing him to be extremely disappointed. The soldiers around him were completely immersed in shock. They were just in the sea of energy. How did they suddenly become a completely foreign place? Everyone's eyes involuntarily revealed a deep sense of fear. Such an unimaginable event caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Bing requested for him and Crane to each form an army. Although he did not want to admit it, but he knew that he had inherited the legacy of the Silver Frost Mounts. It was just that, he was only concerned about the martial techniques related to the Silver Frost Mounts, and was not interested in the army. As a rookie general, Ling Shu was definitely not qualified. Tilda, all right, let's not think so much. Tilda, with such a reaction speed, if it was any other time, Ling Shu would not say a word, and would definitely whip each of them 10 times. But at the moment, Ling Shu did not care about them. He stared straight at the small slope in front of him. One after another, white-robed silver spear-wielding figures appeared on the small slope. Although the knights' faces were covered in mist, but Ling Shu could clearly feel that their gazes were on him. The vast light spots in the sea of energy that were as vast as the stars disappeared. The empty ground appeared beneath his feet. The ground continued to extend. Like mud, it sank down to form a lake, and extended upwards to form mountain peaks. A clear silver frost mount insignia was imprinted on his palm. If I had known, I would have used the disciples of the 5 southern island families. Ling Shu was slightly regretful. But the regret disappeared in the blink of an eye. Other than the Yu family, the other families did not use spears, and he did not know how to command them. He only picked the Yu family disciples. The other 4 families were all given to Crane, and let Crane have a headache. The silver frost sheep horn seal had been in his hands for a long time, but he did not care much about it, because it was the silver frost mount's army seal. Initially, when they were splitting the loot, Tang Tian gave him the silver frost sheep horn seal. It was because he had a slight connection with it. The 50 knights on the small slope raised the silver spears in their hands, urging the sword-horned snow sheep beneath them, and advanced forward in small steps. Their movements were pleasing to the eye. Even when advancing, the troops were as neat as knives. What do I do? Ling Shu held onto his spear, and smacked his own head, causing the surrounding soldiers to swallow their saliva, and immediately sat further away. Just that. As expected, it's the same thing again. Prepare for battle. Ling Shu placed it in front of his eyes, and thought about it, but realized that he did not know where to start. The sheep horn wind bells on the silver spear moved without any wind. Almost everyone looked at Ling Shu, because the white-clothed silver spear, the entire outfit was exactly the same as Ling Shu. Even the sheep horn wind bells on the silver spear were exactly the same. Ling Shu's body moved, and the restriction on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. No. I have to think of a way. If I continue like this, I can ignore the reputation of the silver frost mounts, but if I lose the war because of me. Upon thinking about Crazy Tang's look of disdain, Ling Shu felt that he would definitely go crazy. Yu Qingyi was equally shocked, but when he heard Ling Shu's warning, he suppressed the panic in his heart and struggled to stand up. How do I use this thing? He took out the silver frost sheep horn seal and played with it. If not for Yu Qingyi and his subordinates, the situation would have been even worse. Yu Qingyi and the rest were born in the southern islands, and were extremely familiar with armies since young. Suddenly, he thought of something: the silver frost sheep horn seal. Since it is called a seal, then it should be used to stamp something. Ling Shu thought uncertainly. But where should I stamp it? Ling Shu looked left and right. The soldiers around him had long fled far away, and there was actually no one within a 30 m radius around him. Furthermore. Bang, the flustered and exasperated Ling Shu shot himself in the head. A gentle breeze blew past, and the faint sound of the bell immediately caused his hair to stand. He suddenly shot up and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Ling Shu roared, as though he was facing a great enemy. Yu Qingyi saw that Ling Shu was unhappy, and consoled him. "Master, do not worry, it will always be like this at the start." He thought about the silver frost mounts, and his heart moved. How did the silver frost mounts struggle in the past? A few of the bolder soldiers also stood up in a scattered manner. Chapter 785. Taiji and Sai Ming looked at each other, revealing looks of shock. The Late Spring tribe was not a small tribe. Its strength was not inferior to the 2 heroes of the northern lands. The reason why no royal court was established was because there were many heroes in this region, unlike the barren and desolate northern lands, where there were only 2 heroes. Shin pointed at Mu Chuanyer's left chest and said, "Cut it here." With such a terrifying army staring at them from the dark, they would definitely not be able to eat or sleep in peace. When Sai Ming said this, his voice trembled slightly. He had dealt with Mu Chunai many times, and they both knew each other's limits. Mu Chuanyer's strength was definitely not inferior to his. Mu Chunai was murdered, and the Mu Chun tribe was massacred. The murderer was so powerful that it was terrifying. Xiao Mang's expression was a little strange. "Something happened. You'd better come and take a look." "I'm not nervous." Crane revealed a smile. "I just want to know what I need to do next." Shin's face was indifferent, while Taiji and the rest in front of him revealed looks of worship. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Mang walking over with a large door-sized knife, and his whole body stiffened. He felt that it was too early to say these words. This busty breasts woman was also an existence on the same level as him. In the past, The Ophiuchus constellation was also an extremely hard nut to crack. Due to the cold weather, the corpse had already been frozen into a block of ice. Everything about the corpse was still intact. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Mu Chuanye's heart had already exploded, and a faint white sword mark ran through it. Taiji nodded his head. We will spread the news of Mu Xia's army barging into the savage continent, and the massacre of the Evening Spring tribe, and let them have a taste of what it means to be unable to move an inch. Even after 10 days, this sword scar still emitted a faint white light. It was indescribably demonic and terrifying. It was Mu Xia. I'm sure that no one in the entire sanctum has more experience than me in such a big battle. Mu Chunai, he's dead too. In the ranking of the military leaders, the first in defense was Zhou Yue of the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers, while the second was the Eastern Region Gold Continent's Song Jiza. This sword mark that released white light exuded a strong aura unique to light energy. Looking at the desolate wilderness in front of them and the corpses that littered the mountains, everyone's expression turned grave. The two looked at each other and smiled. Well, she was actually more savage. He patted Crane's shoulder, and spoke in an old and experienced manner. You have to trust me on this. I'm sure that no one in the entire sacred region has more experience than me in such a big battle. Siming continued, we still need to find that star door, if not, our savage continent will become their backyard, where they can come and go as they please. You are always so confident. Bing straightforwardly nodded his head, then let's cut it short. Your mission is to guard Xie Yuan's rear and help him share some of the pressure. When necessary, you will be required to support him. Xie Yuan has swept the Honorable Martial Continent's face, they will definitely take revenge. Crane laughed. These words make me feel like I have not lived my 10,000 years in vain. Our Shin would never underestimate any enemy, and the enemy was Mu Xia. Crane took the cup and smiled. Thank you. He said in a low voice, about 10 days. Crane stood up and said straightforwardly, I will set off now. Sai Ming flipped over the corpses on the ground and stood up. It's the late spring tribe. Since when did the savage continent have such a strong tribe? Taiji and Sai Ming were both overlords, and thought that even if they were not the strongest in the savage continent, they could still be ranked amongst the strongest. It was not an easy task for anyone to kill them. But one day, they realized that the savage continent actually had terrifying existences that could easily wipe them out, and the shock in their hearts was unimaginable. Noticing that Crane was sitting upright, Bing flicked his cigarette and laughed. Relax, little Crane, the situation is not that bad. His loose black gown accentuated his tall and slender figure, his handsome and flawless appearance, his warm and gentle temperament. Regardless of where he stood, he was still the most dazzling person. Crane laughed. As the commander-in-chief, such depressing words should not come out of your mouth. A brazen thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. They were currently in the hinterlands of the savage continent, and were extremely far from the Wei Yiguan continent. They had never thought of the Honorable Martial Continent as their enemy, and that was the reason. Once the armies of the Honorable Martial Continent stepped onto the savage continent's soil, they would be attacked by the various tribes along the way. Regardless of how good Mu Xia's relationship with the other tribes was, no tribe would allow them to step onto their own land so easily, for example Xiongbay's Blackwater tribe. Hearing that, Taiji's fingertip swept across the position Shin was pointing at without hesitation. Mu Chunyi's corpse was split into 2. The Ocean Guardian stronghold was a grade of stronghold, and was guarded by Xie Yuan, the famous general hailed as the 3rd best defender under the heavens. Anyone with a bit of rationality would definitely not fight to the death, because it would mean that they would have to pay a huge price. To think that Mu Xia wanted to conquer the savage continent with just one army, that was a joke. There are 2 reasons. Bing sat up straight. Firstly, he is Go Cheng Wendao. Go Cheng Wendao is a true attacking maniac. I have studied his battles before, and he is most proficient in attacking crazily. Secondly, they do not have time. If they do not quickly open up the situation, when the various southern region families regain their senses, they will lose their fear, and at that time, the southern region will become a meat grinder. Go Cheng Wendao does not have many choices, he needs to push forward with a thunderous momentum, only then can he intimidate the heroes of the southern region. Weird, isn't Muji Xia guarding the Wei Yiguan continent? Why did he suddenly appear here? Xiao Man had a look of suspicion. Crane's mission was different from Ling Shu's. Crane seemed to have understood something. My mission is to help Xie Yuan as long as possible. The Honorable Martial Continent. It was done by the Honorable Martial Continent. Taiji's face was extremely ugly. Bing laughed out loud. He did not care. You guys have never fought before. In such a large-scale war, preserving your strength is always the first choice. Power is like a card. With a card in your hand, you can choose to fight or not. If you don't even have a card, then you have nothing. The door-plank broadsword that he expected did not descend. Taiji sniffed. The air was still filled with the faint smell of blood. He bent down and grabbed a piece of dark red soil. He rubbed his fingers, causing the soil to turn into dust that flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. The two of them were after all heroes, and with Arshin's slight revelation, the two of them immediately understood the Honorable Martial Continent's intentions. You don't look like a military general at all. Bing used his usual lazy tone to tease. He bit on the cigarette in his mouth and poured a cup of water for Crane. That's right. Sai Ming said hatefully. The Honorable Martial Continent has always been coveting our territory. They can't wait for us to become more chaotic. Seeing that the savage continent is about to end its chaos, they cannot sit still anymore, and will definitely think of ways to destroy the savage continent's unity. Shin squatted down and inspected Mu Chunyi's corpse, which did not have any injuries. Tang Tian and Ling Shu had long been jealous of this point. Shin kept his mischievous smile and stood up. Taiji and Sai Ming looked at each other, then followed. That's right. Bing revealed a look of praise. Crane's intelligence was unparalleled among them, and talking to intelligent people truly saved him energy. Do your best to conserve your strength, do your best to waste time. If you can exhaust a bit of the enemy's strength, that would be even better. He had a premonition that the simplest methods would only be of limited use. We need to find them, if not everyone can forget about having a good night's sleep. Sai Ming said fiercely, but his eyes revealed a trace of fear. I'm afraid that he has found a star door that leads to the savage continent's interior. Shin immediately thought of something, and spoke quickly. Deep into the enemy's interior, their goal is to take down their leader. If that's the case, they definitely do not have many people. If they do, they will not be able to hide their tracks. But their strength is definitely elite. To be able to easily wipe out the Mu Chun tribe, they should be Muji Xia's direct subordinate army. Muji Xia is also a fierce man. For the sake of stopping the savage continent's unity, he did not hesitate to take the risk himself. Sai Ming's face turned green, his eyes flashed with rage. Muji Xia, only Muji Xia can kill Mu Chunyi. The Honorable Martial Continent has invaded the savage continent. Shin remained silent as he listened to the conversation between the two of them. Taiji sneered. That's right, as long as we kill young Miss, all hope will be destroyed, and the savage continent will once again return to the Dark Era. Even if I have to risk this old man's life, I will definitely not let him succeed. For the enemy to be able to easily wipe out the Mu Chun tribe, that also meant that the enemy had the ability to kill either one of the duo heroes of the north. Crane placed the teacup down, and thought about it, then spoke cautiously. I'm not too used to it. In the past, I did not have much contact with them, and am cramming at the last minute. I do not know how effective it will be. They are coming for us. Shin, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. But that did not mean that he could only passively wait for them. Shin's face was filled with smiles, and went forward to flatter. Aya, Xiao Man, you're here. Bing sat down and placed his leg on the table. He puffed out a smoke ring and asked casually, how do you feel? Bing also stood up and sent Crane to the door, then suddenly said, if we cannot do it, escape is the most important thing. Shin looked at the dark clouds in the sky, and said calmly and confidently, because we have the possibility of unifying the savage continent. After a moment, they found their target, a middle-aged man's corpse. His breathing had long been severed, his eyes still wide open, filled with unwillingness. Going against the Ocean Guardian stronghold head-on? Crane was suspicious. Aren't they worried about casualties? The Light Tiger was the leader of the 5 Tigers, a person who had 20 years of patience to infiltrate before they attacked, They would definitely have meticulous and detailed arrangements, so it was impossible for him to not think of such a problem. It's better than nothing. Bing laughed out loud. A pity Crazy Tang is not here. If not, we can grab him to lead the team. It would definitely be interesting. I really want to see his expression when he goes crazy. Haha. The two of them thought about something, and immediately looked around. His words immediately attracted the attention of the two people. Chapter 786. Countless of lightning snakes suddenly lit up in the clouds, and converged at his fingers. It was as though he was immobilized. He remained motionless, his eyes staring out of the cabin. The wildness in his long and narrow eyes had disappeared without a trace. His expression froze on his face, his blood slowly draining away, becoming as pale as paper. Su Qian smiled. Tilda, as long as GZE is serious, then everything is fine. Tilda, everyone laughed out loud. He slowly opened his fist, countless of law threads converged at his right fist, and in the blink of the eye, his right fist was as bright as the sun. Sharp Wind City was lit up as though it was daytime, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire city. Occasionally, there would be people who would raise their heads to look at the sky, but most of them were used to it. In the past few days, such a scene had happened countless of times. In a single night, the sun would rise a few times, and every time that happened, the terrifying pressure would sweep through the entire city like a storm. His state of mind seemed to be flying, passing through Sharp Wind City, like the light released by the sun that had leapt out of the horizon, sweeping through the vast land. The sudden turn of events left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. Suddenly, GZE's laughter stopped. Suddenly, he stopped. Someone was flying towards him. Tang Tian was not anxious at all. There were no shortcuts to the accumulation of power. People were always passionate about sudden enlightenment, but very few people saw the accumulation before the sudden enlightenment, and only when the water is full will it overflow. Su Qian raised the wine cup in his hand towards GZE. If not for the importance of this matter, why would I dare to trouble brother GZE? But seeing that brother GZE is making a move, my heart is at ease. The flowing tassel boat was Su Qian's most beloved boat. The golden yellow wooden boat was one of the most famous treasured boats in the entire Xin domain. It was completely made out of a rare wood called golden tassel tree. The boat was 220 m long, and was decorated extravagantly. Su Qian had spent countless of money to hire the best craftsmen, and used all of the rare and precious materials. That's great. The flowing tassel boat truly lives up to its name. GZE said leisurely, I just don't know if the ghost face mask is as powerful as the rumors say, but I hope it doesn't disappoint me. That would be too boring. A large golden boat flew in the sky. As though he had heard a joke, he started to laugh out loud. The 5 fingers on his left hand moved nimbly, and the void spirit seal quickly formed. After a few days of trial and error, he was already quite experienced. He even realized that these law threads were not real threads. It was composed of countless tiny specks of light, and the specks of light were black and white. He still had not figured out what these black and white spots of light were. Brother Su's flowing tassel boat is truly a top-notch enjoyment. The one who spoke was around 26 or 27, and was called GZE. GZE was handsome with long and narrow eyes, thin lips, fair skin, and a bewitching temperament. He came to the layer of clouds, pointed out with his finger, and gently moved a drooping law thread. Tang Tian carefully sensed every change in his body. GZE was surprised. Could it be that masters think that Ghost Face Mask and his Ursa Major Null Division will threaten the middle courtyard? Only the maidservants behind GZE covered their mouths and were shocked to discover that a puddle of water was rapidly spreading on GZE's snow-white robe at a speed visible to the naked eye. The unprecedented experience caused Tang Tian to be extremely focused. He felt as though he was part of the world, but he was extremely calm. He carefully sensed the changes in the world, which he had been doing for the past few days. In that moment, everyone put down the wine cups in their hands and listened attentively. His body moved, he gently stepped onto the spatial law thread, and his figure suddenly disappeared. 3 kilometers away, he appeared without any warning. At the end, the liquid-like light aura extended from the back of Tang Tian's head and flowed down, enveloping his entire face. GZE squinted his eyes and said leisurely, Brother Su's trip, I believe it is not just the Su family's intention, right? Rumble. Tang Tian felt that the state was like an awakening. He thought about Barbara and the rest's awakened army. He did not know if the word awakened meant that, but as long as he felt that it was fine. The light aura was like an armor, causing him to think of the armor. Since it came from the god fist, then let's call it the god armor. Together, it will form its name. We are waiting for Brother G to display his might. If we were to be scared out of our wits by the enemy, that would not be good. Awakened god armor. He thought in his mind, could it be that GZE has some hidden illness that suddenly flared up? The changes in the world were endless. Although the world in front of him was only black and white, it was rich and colorful, waiting for him to explore. He stretched his back, his face filled with enjoyment. Under the control of 10 martial artists who were proficient in wind laws, the boat was as light as a feather, borrowing the wind to move. Its speed was extremely fast. And the people controlling the boat were all experts. Even at such a high speed, the boat did not shake at all. Bewitching blade GZE, who dares to go against me? Hearing that, Su Qing pretended to be worried. Brother GZE, later on, you better not introduce yourself, if not, you will scare them away, and we came from so far away, what if we only see them running away? At that moment, the world seemed to have changed. GZE thought about it, while the others remained silent. The light that converged from the god fist in his right hand was like molten metal, spreading along Tang Tian's arm to his entire body. The dazzling light aura became much dimmer, but it was still extremely bright. It enveloped Tang Tian's entire body, as though it was giving Tang Tian an armor. From the initial shock, everyone became used to it. They had to admit that humans had a tenacious ability to adapt to their environment. Su Qing nodded his head. Brother GZE's eyes are like torches. As expected, you were able to see the profoundness in it. Although my family has some relations with the Galloping Horse City's Lu family, but this trip is the intention of the masters. The Su family was an old family in the 4 main cities, and naturally had a deep foundation. And Su Qing, as one of the clan elders that held power in the Su family, was skilled in politics, and knew how to enjoy life, thus his connections were extremely wide. No one refuted GZE's arrogant words, and everyone felt that it was only right and proper. Su Qing was extremely pleased in his heart, and laughed out loud. To be praised by Brother GZE, my flowing tassel boat was not built in vain. He was emotionless, he was like a calm spectator, watching the colorful world being swallowed by the black and white, returning to its origin. Whether or not Ghost Face Mask is Ancestor Li's inheritor is not important. Su Qing looked around, and said, the Sin domain has been around for hundreds of years, and has finally evolved into the 4 main cities. After so many years, everyone has been living well, and the higher-ups want us to continue living like this, and no one will cause trouble for us. Compared to the past, his horizons were many times stronger, and his understanding of power had far surpassed that of the past. Martial techniques, laws, mechanisms etc., all of them were internal and external. The so-called internal was the unearthing of a human's innate potential. And the so-called external was the understanding and use of natural laws. The two could even become one, because humans were a part of nature. That was why every form of power, in the end, would return to the same place. He extended his finger and gently touched the law line that extended to the horizon. It was the wind law line, and his body floated up like a feather. Following the rising air currents, he floated upwards. The formless spirit technique of the Golem 5 gestures was the hand seal he was most familiar with, and using the God Fist to activate the formless spirit seal, it was as though he had opened a window. It was as though he was possessed. 4 days and nights, he did not care about the outside world at all. The sacred Saint Galaxy's intense battle situation did not affect Tang Tian at all. Su Qing then sighed, speaking about it, this ghost face mask is truly strange. Lu Tian when died by his hands, He Xin was defeated by him, and now Sharp Wind City has fallen into his hands. All of them are experts on the list of powerhouses. Why can't they take down a mere ghost face mask? Although GZE was all smiles, and looked extremely calm, but in his long and narrow eyes, one could faintly see a trace of self-disdain. But, he was not muddled by the compliments, and turned to Su Qing. How much does Brother Su know about Ghost Face Mask's background? When the others heard that, they all nodded their heads. The items on the boat were all expensive and rare items. The wine and snacks were so exquisite that people could not bear to eat them, and the soft coat that they were sitting on was actually made from a complete blackwater otter's fur. Blackwater otters lived in extremely cold places, and were scarce in numbers. Furthermore, they were extremely vigilant and difficult to capture, thus their fur was extremely expensive. Blackwater otter's fur that was in perfect condition was extremely rare, but there were at least 50 of them on the boat. Su Qing laughed sinisterly. The only person who can fight in the Ursa Major Null Division is only Ghost Face Mask. What kind of waves can he create? The higher-ups are just worried that some ambitious people will take the opportunity to create trouble. So, the best way is to nip these seeds in the cradle. That's right. Brother GZE? Su Qing probed. That's right. Someone else replied, these people are truly an army, they follow orders strictly, even if they are prisoners, they are different from others. But speaking of which, it is strange, all of them are unyielding, they are all good men. GZE laughed. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Su. The colorful world gradually lost its colors, and became black and white. The originally clear and perceptive airflow also disappeared, and what replaced it were the messy yet orderly lines, which were law threads. The first time Tang Tian saw the drifting law threads, he was overly excited, and immediately broke away from the state. It was a fusion of Godfist, Demon Six Seals, unique critical points, and a brand new fighting technique created by Tang Tian. GZE knew that Su Qing was trying to provoke him, but he was originally a wild person, and did not avoid it, and sneered, list of powerhouses? Are you considered experts just because you are on the list of powerhouses? Haha. Not much. Su Qing kept the smile on his face. Speaking about Ghostface Mask, we have to talk about the Ursa Major Null Division. All of them are in the same batch, and were sent ashore by the tide, numbering around 4,000 to 5,000. I have never heard of a place called the Ursa Major Continent in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and I do not know if it is a new powerhouse that came out in the past 200 to 300 years. But the name Ursa Major Null Division sounds like an army. Tang Tian's awakened god armor released dazzling lightning auras, making him look like a thunder god descending to the mortal world. Chapter 787. Having lost the controlling martial artist, the flowing tassel boat immediately lost control, causing panic. The half-raised wine cups stopped in mid-air, their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly at the figure that appeared out of thin air. Amongst them, the majority of them did not understand what was going on. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide, revealing a look of disbelief. He forcibly suppressed the urge to escape, his butt seemed to be nailed to the chair, and he did not dare move an inch. That sentence took away the last bit of strength in GZE's body. He sat down weakly, but felt an indescribable sense of relief. The noose around his neck had finally loosened. He greedily breathed in the air. Even though the air was filled with the stench of blood, he felt that it was extremely sweet. The flowing tassel boat in Tang Tian's black and white vision was extremely different from what ordinary people could see. The indistinctly flowing law threads, the unique materials that had their own unique law threads that formed a defensive system, and the martial artists that used the law threads to activate the wind produced a chaotic flow. All of the people who were screaming gradually quietened down, they all fell to the ground, their faces pale white, their bodies trembling. Everyone drooped their heads and curled up their bodies. Su Qing's headless corpse was a constant reminder to them, to never let the terrifying demon notice them. He had seen people pull out their blades without saying a word, and he himself was such a person. Inside the boat, GZE clenched his teeth, but they were still trembling uncontrollably. The demon stood at the bow of the boat, facing the wind. Sire, you came uninvited, why don't you sit down and have a drink? The wood shavings that were like raindrops, upon getting close to him, transformed into fine flames, and were instantly incinerated into ashes. GZE was startled. His mouth became dry, his heart jumped. He finally understood why GZE revealed such a strange expression. He glanced at GZE from the corner of his eyes. Tilda, how did GZE have any arrogance left? Tilda, he was like an extremely docile kitten hiding in a corner, as though he was trying his best to hide his fat body, and not attract the other party's attention. The demon stopped in his tracks. Thinking about his own words, GZE's mouth became extremely bitter. Tilda, that fucking makes too much sense. Tilda, he wanted to swallow his words back into his stomach. Tilda, if that's the case, I won't have to meet such a terrifying person. Tilda, the astonishing amount of law threads were like spiderwebs that covered the entire flowing tassel boat. Borrowing the airflow created by the flowing tassel ship, he was like a feather, absorbing the airflow of the ship. Although the flowing tassel ship used a large amount of soundproofing materials, to the current Tang Tian, it was not a problem. Just now, he was the first to discover the devil. Just as he was about to warn the others, he was shocked to discover that his perception seemed to be firmly glued to the other party. Following that, the air around him seemed to solidify, and his laws also began to solidify. All of his perception of the outside world was firmly absorbed by the other party. From the moment they boarded the ship until now, the demon hadn't said a word. His body was not burly, and his entire body was wrapped tightly. The style of the armor on his body was very strange. It was like a layer of molten iron, without any style to speak of. Too ruthless, it emitted a faint light, bright but not dazzling. Deathly silence. The armored devil stepped on the blood-soaked carpet and slowly walked toward him. The thick silver light disappeared as quickly as it came. Other than leaving an afterimage and two large holes on the left and right of the people's field of vision, the confused people thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. But before they could fly more than 10 feet, they fell to the ground like sandbags. Thinking about his own performance, Gze blushed with shame. Su Qing had given him a vivid lesson on what it meant to lose, but not lose. It was a result that he was definitely not willing to face. Tang Tian's state of mind did not have any ripples. It was as though he was in the bizarre dream, fighting against the army of sapphire blue dwarfs, and listened indifferently. The 220m long flowing tassel ship, in Tang Tian's eyes, looked like a huge dumpling that was covered with countless flickering law threads. This direction is to Sharp Wind City. Could it be some kind of unique liquid metal? The awakened god armor's surface was swimming with lightning snake silver auras, which immediately surged into his palm, causing his right palm to silently become dazzling and bright. The astonishing amount of lightning auras converged in his right palm. He was dumbstruck. How is that possible? Like rain hitting a banana tree, the splinters of wood caused a series of crackling sounds. When the dust settled, the cabin became quiet. Su Qing's face revealed a smile, his left hand extended out, as though he was a hospitable host, inviting his guest to sit down and drink a cup. Screams came out one after another, as they ran around like headless flies. The bodyguards on the ship saw that the situation was not right, and immediately jumped off the ship. Ignoring everything else, they ran away. Gze's face was pale to the extreme. He wanted to turn around and escape the moment the lightning pillar shot out, but when he caught a glimpse of a figure that suddenly appeared out of the corner of his eye, he felt like a cat that had its neck tied by an invisible rope. Gze's mouth was bitter. He felt that it was inconceivable. What penetrated the flowing tassel ship is lightning laws, and what was used against Su Qing should be spatial law threads, but what was used against me? He had not figured it out yet. Now that he had revealed such a powerful wind law, the more he understood, the more despair he felt. All of the guests who were stunned seemed to have awoken from a dream. The floor full of blood and Su Qing's corpse had frightened them. Splinters of wood flew everywhere like rain. A figure had appeared out of nowhere, and stood there indifferently. A thin line of blood appeared on Su Qing's neck. He still maintained the posture of extending his hand out, only his eyes were wide open, revealing the shock in his heart. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splattering all over the table in front of him, causing Su Qing to fall to the ground. I am bewitching Blade Gze. Gze's eyes were wide open, his face that had just regained some color, had instantly turned pale white. This is the feeling. It was as though the sky was filled with dumplings. He felt as though his body was being imprisoned. The other party's ghostly footsteps landed in his ears, as though they were calling for his soul, and he could feel the noose around his neck tightening bit by bit. The flowing tassel ship flew faster and faster, flying higher and higher. Suddenly, the sunlight shone into the cabin, and the figure standing at the bow of the ship looked like a god of war. Who the hell is he? Damn it. He even knew that the indistinct killing intent was purposely sensed by the other party. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Damn it. Bewitching Blade GZE. I am Bewitching Blade GZE. How can I? Damn it. What the hell is he? He roared in his heart. He obediently raised both of his hands, and using his last bit of strength, he spoke weakly, I surrender. Even GZE is acting like that. But in the next moment, the flowing tassel ship that had lost control seemed to be held by an invisible hand, and stabilized once again. The panicking people who had just calmed down suddenly lost their balance, the stabilized flowing tassel ship suddenly shot forward, and screams sounded out again. Tang Tian suddenly appeared outside of the flowing tassel ship like a ghost. I have already lost, who cares if I lost or not? He did not know if it was a misconception, but he felt that his breathing had become difficult. This guy is Ghostface Mask. This realization not only did not help his situation at all, but instead caused him to sink into an even deeper fear, as well as a sense of helplessness that he had never felt before. It was the first time he had seen a ruthless person who would not say a word and attack him. The stifled sobs of the maids were intermittent. He muttered in his heart, shouldn't a person with a bit of status sit down and chat at such a time? Why did he directly make a move? Why did he directly kill me? The feeling this time was different from before, but the result was the same. An indistinct killing intent was like an invisible noose around his neck. As long as he dared to make any strange movements, there would only be one result for him. But Tang Tian was still able to find 6 different sized holes in the dense net. His gaze landed on the hole that was closest to the cabin. He raised his right palm and stretched out his arm, facing the side of the ship. GZE racked his brains. Such a unique armor, if it had appeared before, there would definitely be traces left behind, but why did he have no impression of it at all? He did not plan to wait any longer, as wasting time was not a good habit. After confirming the identity of the enemy and their intentions, there was no meaning in delaying any longer. The terrifying demon did not look at him again and turned to leave. GZE almost cried. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would be reduced to such a state. Those on the list of powerhouses are experts. GZE could not help but feel admiration. Previously, he had looked down on the good-for-nothing. If not for the other party's identity, he would not have bothered with him. I never thought that he would be able to maintain his composure in such a situation. Just based on his ability to maintain his composure, he is much stronger than me. In the next moment, his expression froze on his face. Su Qing, who had a look of suspicion, was about to ask, but suddenly, a loud explosion sounded out, causing Su Qing's pupils to dilate. In his vision, a thick and dazzling silver pillar of light had pierced through the left side of the ship, and in an instant, pierced through the right side of the ship, and pierced through the middle of the flowing tassel ship. Because the martial artists controlling the ship had escaped, none of them were left alive. But the flowing tassel ship was even more stable and faster than before, as though it was gliding on a smooth ice surface. He was controlling the flowing tassel ship by himself, and was actually more outstanding than 10 martial artists that were proficient in wind laws. GZE then saw the demon that had suddenly appeared. Su Qing's heart was jumping, but he forced himself to calm down. He extended his hand towards the wine cup, using this action to conceal the panic in his heart. When his fingers touched the wine cup, his heart finally calmed down. What he did not understand was that such a powerful person, he was actually unable to find a similar existence in the legends. He could clearly hear the conversation in the cabin. At this moment, the deathly silence in the cabin exploded. It feels good to be alive. Other than GZE, Su Qing was the first to react. He was truly someone who had seen the world, and was able to stand up for himself. He could not help himself. The people behind him stopped in their tracks. No one saw how the martial artists died, but fear occupied their hearts. They were trembling, their faces as white as paper, their bodies trembling. No one dared to escape. At that time, the words surfaced in his mind. He was like a statue, not daring to move. Chapter 788. GZE? Did that guy just call himself GZE? Other than being the future #1 infamous man, even in the Sin Domain's list of powerhouses, many people believed that GZE would definitely be one of the top 3 in 10 years. When he discovered Master Ghost Face Mask, the reason why he was so shocked was because he possessed extraordinary acute senses. Before anyone else noticed Ghost Face Mask, he had already sensed him, and acutely sensed the extremely dangerous and terrifying aura. With that, he turned and left. The awakened god armor's power was extremely strong, but its consumption was also extremely shocking. The awakened god armor was actually a byproduct of forcing Tang Tian into a critical state. It had almost drained 95% of Tang Tian's strength. Only in this way could Tang Tian enter the critical state, the so-called awakened state. To Nai Qiu, the journey to Galloping Horse City was like a march, and he did not meet with any problems. Tang Tian deactivated his awakened gear. His vision gradually returned to normal, and his mind also left the strange state. The undying sword on the weeping sword seal formed by the sky demon's hand in his body rippled like an invisible hand, constantly massaging every inch of his body, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. Gze was secretly suspicious. Tang Tian didn't know what Gze was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. For the sake of victory, temporarily swallowing the insult was just a way to numb the other party. Gze, who was in front of him, had the illusion that the Lord who had removed his armor had suddenly turned from a god to a mortal. That terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate had disappeared without a trace. Even before boarding the ship, Fu Zhengji had already guessed it, but upon seeing Su Qian's corpse, his face could not help but change. The master in front of him was no different from an ordinary person. He could even hear the slight panting sounds, as if he was very tired. The four main cities began to feel the pressure. Purposely acting weak to test me? Wait a minute. All of the Null Division members in Galloping Horse City returned to their units, and the various families used as compensation for their crimes to pile up like a mountain. But Nai Qiu did not care about such things. He had set up the Lu family as a barracks, and was currently focused on training. With that thought, Fu Zhengji immediately calmed down. Only Gze was left with a thoughtful expression. Probing, that's right, this must be a probing. But now, Fu Zhengji's face revealed a look of shock. At the start, Tang Tian could not even remove the awakened god armor. After Lu Shengxiong brought the Lu family spies and escaped, the Galloping Horse City. The Lu clan had always been the leader of all the clans in Galloping Horse City. No one would have thought that the Lu clan would fall apart overnight. Tilda asshole. Tilda Gze was extremely pleased. Gze. They couldn't imagine what kind of person could make the Lu family so afraid. An unprecedented panic enveloped all the clans of Galloping Horse City. At this moment, none of the clans were in the mood to divide up the remaining assets of the Lu family. The various family members knew, and when they heard the news, the family became even more. Family. One family, one AA, one of the family. Master. Master Ghost Face Mask's improvement in the past few days was simply astonishing. 1 great experts, 1 great of AAA evil. The of Demons Ze of the 12 was 1 long 1. Demons of Mu Hao San long 1 Ghost Mu long Mu Tian Tang. By Mu a 1 Hao. Among the 12 evil great experts, the top 3 had a slight difference in strength, and could be considered as martial artists of the same level. Gze, who was ranked 3rd, and Suo Lin, who was ranked 4th, regardless of whether it was in terms of prestige or strength, there was a huge difference. The difference between the 4th and 12th was not huge. With the increasing number of members returning, the Null Division's overall strength had dropped, and the new members needed time to adapt to the new tactics. The other party sensed his gaze and turned to look, then placed his attention on Master Ghost Face Mask. The number of Null Division members under Nai Qiu had already reached 2,000. Everyone looked at each other. Fu Zhengji's eyes were wide open, cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Tilda, I never thought that the Undying Sword can actually remove fatigue. It is an unexpected surprise. Tilda, especially after the Battle of Sharpwind City, Ghost Face Mask's words, those who imprison my subordinates will die, spread out. All the families that still had Null Division prisoners trembled in fear. Gze imagined his own bewitching blade stabbing into Ghost Face Mask's chest, Ghost Face Mask's face of shock and disbelief, and he felt an indescribable excitement, to the point that he was trembling. It was through his increased control that Tang Tian, who was equipped with the awakened god armor, was able to use only half of the power of the physique to unleash a fighting strength that was many times stronger than before. Ha 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 ha. Only a powerful martial artist like Ghostface Mask has the qualifications to become my bewitching Blade GZE's prey. Master Ghostface Mask, what do you need GZE to do? I want to be like a lone wolf in the wilderness, crafty and patient. As long as I have enough patience, I will definitely find Ghostface Mask's weakness and flaws, and at that time, the flowing tassel boat in front of him proved that point. Compared to the value of the Null Division prisoners, the benefits of the families were more important, and no one wanted to become the second Lu family. Fu Zhangji and the rest were dumbstruck. Naichio knew that this problem would haunt him for a long time. As expected, 2 days later, the neighboring cities of Galloping Horse City, Baizi City and Shongyi City, all the families started to respectfully send their Null Division members over. But what made them even more dumbstruck was that one after another, the captives dressed in luxurious clothes, all of them dejectedly but obediently came down from the boat. In the entire process, there was no sound, no clamor, no one resisted or made any small movements. Hearing GZE's request, Tang Tian was startled. He turned and said to Fu Zhengji, "Find something for him to do." When the flowing tassel boat flew to Sharp Wind City, it caused a commotion. Only when they saw Tang Tian standing at the bow of the boat did Sharp Wind City calm down for a short period of time, followed by an even bigger commotion. The flowing tassel boat was not a nameless boat, but instead, it was extremely famous. There were very few big boats in the Sin domain, because of the lack of materials. The Sin domain itself was a barren land, and the majority of the rare materials were scarce. The boat's body was huge, and required a lot of materials, which was extremely costly. Carriages were the most popular, but boats were extremely rare, and only the big families had the ability to make boats. He is definitely not a nameless person. Master actually took over the flowing tassel boat. So when Naichio led the Null Division to Galloping Horse City, they did not meet with any resistance. The various families of Galloping Horse City respectfully stood guard outside the city, welcoming the Null Division into the city. It was their first time seeing an army, and they were immediately frightened out of their wits by the Null Division. It could be imagined that when Fu Zhengji knew that the seemingly cold and sinister young man was actually bewitching Blade GZE, he received a huge impact. Fu Zhengji himself was also a martial artist on the list of powerhouses, but he clearly knew the disparity between him and GZE. At their level of strength, every little bit of improvement had become incomparably difficult. Fu Zhengji's gaze swept across the captives. Su Qian was not an expert, but since he came, he definitely had something to rely on. When he saw a young and skinny man, his gaze froze. GZE lowered his head and stared at his feet. His expression did not change at all. He was still extremely respectful and docile, only his long and narrow eyes flashed with a sinister and cunning light aura. GZE. Fu Zhengji, who boarded the boat, saw the corpse in the pool of blood, and only when the head was found did everyone realize that Su Qian was killed by the master. One of the 12 rank A infamous great tyrants, ranked third, the terrifying bewitching Blade GZE, who was hailed to rule the entire infamous man world in 10 years. Fu Zhengji stared blankly at the young man in front of Master Ghostface Mask. Where was the wild and sinister look from him? What lone wolf roaming the wilderness at night? He's just a fawning watchdog. Are the youths nowadays able to change their faces so proficiently? Where's the youthful vigor and vigor? Where's the impulsiveness of youths? To be so experienced at such a young age, how can all of us old men continue to live? Thinking about Master Ghostface Mask, the shock that bewitching Blade GZE gave him immediately lessened. No matter how strong I am not as strong as Master Ghostface Mask. No matter how much potential I have, I am not as strong as Master. If not for the awakened state, where Tang Tian's control over his strength had reached an extremely perverse level, adding the awakened god armor that further strengthened his control, allowing his control over laws to reach a whole new height, he would not be able to hold on. Will I fall for such a simple trick? Naive. The 3 people in front had left the people behind them far behind. But the 25-year-old GZE was able to enter the top 3 ranks of the infamous men, and that was the reason why he was viewed as the number one infamous man in 10 years. The two in front were already over 50 years old, and were starting to decline, while the 25-year-old Gze was still far from his peak. Fu Zhangji wanted to remind the master to be careful of him, but heard a fawning request. The holes on both sides of the boat, and the stench of blood, indicated that a battle had occurred. After the Battle of Sharp-Wind City, Lu Shengxiong had fled, causing Ghost Face Mask's reputation to soar, and also causing the Null Division prisoners to become a hot potato. Ghost Face Mask and his Null Division prisoners. The flowing tassel boat was extremely famous amongst the many large boats. Other than the Su family, it was famous for being extremely luxurious. Out of all the large boats in the Xin domain, the flowing tassel boat was one of the 3 most luxurious boats. I am bewitching Blade Gze. In the battle a few days ago, Fu Zhangji was still somewhat unresigned when he surrendered, but after personally witnessing Ghost Face Mask's transformation, he no longer had any heart to resist. Ghost Face Mask's display of terrifying potential made everyone see a bright future. Alright, it was no longer just potential. Ghost Face Mask's current strength was enough to shake the entire Xin domain. But currently, he was able to better control every strand of power, and had even grasped a few techniques to use laws to recover his own strength. It was by relying on these techniques, and his continuous increase in enlightenment towards laws, that Tang Tian was finally able to hold on until he disarmed himself. But that glance caused Fu Zhangji's face to change, and his heart to tremble. The gaze that was as sharp as a blade revealed a strange wildness and coldness, like a lone wolf in the wilderness, brimming with a dangerous aura. Chapter 789. In the past 2 days, there were obviously more scouts than before. All of them came from different powerhouses, and the number of them caused Shu Yi to be shocked. They had just surrounded a stronghold, but the other party actually used a trick and pretended to surrender, causing Zhong Li Bai's men to suffer a huge loss. The captives' faces were ashen, their boss's plan had failed, and to them, it was obvious how tragic their outcome would be. For some reason, he liked to sit on the city walls and watch the Null Division's training. Shu Yi suddenly stood up. He sensed that someone was spying on him. A blind man dares to point fingers at me? I am only here to learn the heavy demonic execution. Master has never hidden his intentions, he just wants to lead the Null Division back to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and from what Master said, there is a high possibility of a war breaking out there. Draw 1 out of 10, kill. But, damn it. What does an army battle have to do with me? He snorted and walked out. He did not believe that the blind man would dare to do anything to him. Shu Yi frowned, a look of worry flashed past his eyes. He had never thought that there would be a day where his enemies would be the terrifying existences of the 4 main cities. Thinking about that, Shu Yi could not help but smile. The Purple Cuckoo City was just a small city at the border, and the Qin family at that time was like an immovable mountain, but who knew that they would actually be able to pose a threat to the 4 main cities? The Xin domain that was struggling at death's door had already lost its morale, and the people of Xin domain were used to living with their heads lowered. But this group of people were different. They were brimming with vitality, filled with passion for life, and filled with fearlessness towards battles. Even as prisoners, they maintained their straight backs and stiff necks. They were arrogant and untamed. Xiao Han Guang was speechless. Although he was proud and arrogant, but he was not a fool, and nothing was more convincing than a real battle. The Xin domain that had sunk, the Xin domain that had lost its will to fight, the Xin domain that was struggling at death's door was like a rotting tree. The blind man actually walked in front of him, causing Zhong Li Bai's mood to be extremely terrible. What made him even more depressed was that the master's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, causing his battle plans to become a joke. There seemed to be quite a number of them, but their combat power was no different from cannon fodder. Han Bingning had a completely different style. She was like a metal net with blades hanging all over it. She most commonly used the combined attacks of 3 to 5 people, sometimes gathering and sometimes separating. Every strike did not have a Maori's might, but it was extremely sharp, and Xiao Han Guang realized that his demonic seal that had many variations was quickly becoming difficult to deal with. Although in the end, he had caused nearly half of Han Bingning's team to be injured and displayed his personal strength to the fullest, he was still unable to reverse the crushing defeat. That was why he liked to watch the Null Division members train from afar. Only by watching them would he feel that his life was filled with hope, and his heart that was shrouded in darkness would be able to see the light. It was probably because they did not fit in with the Sin domain. Suddenly, Shu Yi was envious of the Null Division members. On the afternoon of the march, he was requested to participate in all of the Null Division's training. Ever since he was handed over to the Null Division, things had completely gone out of control. Zhong Li Bai said indifferently, his subordinates pounced onto the captives like wolves and tigers, and begging for mercy and wailing could be heard. Zhong Li Bai turned a deaf ear to them. All of the bandits had blood on their hands, and if not for the fact that he needed to borrow their strength, he would have killed all of them long ago. The Galloping Horse City and the four main cities were neighbors, and with an army of over 2,000 trained soldiers stationed here, how could the four main cities remain indifferent? Damn it. With the master's speed, before my plan is realized, the Null Division will be in my hands. A genius young man being beaten to a pulp is truly a delightful sight. Shu Yi rejoiced in his misfortune. Shu Yi, who had participated in the training for a period of time, knew how terrifying the Null Division was, and even Shu Xiongdong had suffered under their blades. He had shamefully fainted. This is definitely a damned place. The four main cities would definitely not take action. The masters were too unfamiliar with armies, to the point that they would not easily take risks. Most of the spies in the surroundings are related to the four main cities. Shu Yi's strength made him fearful. Sharp-Wind City's Shu Yi's enlightenment caused the terrifying death qi, and left a deep impression on him. But he was only fearful, he was not afraid. They were the true overlords of the Sin domain, and every corner of the Sin domain was linked to them in countless ways. But he did not dare to be distracted. If there was a slight mistake in their teamwork, not only him, the entire team would have to face the punishment of additional training. If it was him in the past, he would have left long ago. How can these weaklings be worthy of being my teammates? Zhong Li Bai, who came from a martial arts background, naturally did not like bandits. An unforgettable and shameful battle had begun. The tide of berserk attacks came one after another. The terrifying slashes were like a torrential downpour, causing him to quickly lose himself. He only lasted for 30 seconds, a pitiful 30 seconds. He was then caught by the crafty Amauri, the big man who had taught him the heavy demonic execution with a good temper in the day, raised his large guillotine blade, and used all his strength to strike Xiao Han Guang's body without any hesitation. Xiao Han Guang roared in his heart, but facing Nai Chou's promise to teach him the heavy demonic execution as long as he passed the daily training, he obediently participated in it. Xiao Han Guang was stronger than Shu Xiongdong, but the Null Division was also much stronger than before. The experts of the various families in Purple Cuckoo City, as well as powerful martial artists like Ji Yushui, had assimilated into the Null Division, raising their fighting capabilities greatly. All of the Null Division members clenched their teeth, and were training tirelessly. As an outsider, Shu Yi felt that the training was extremely dry and tedious. But all of the Null Division members had red faces, perspiration all over their faces. They gasped for breath and opened their eyes wide. Before he could even walk out of the barracks, Shu Yi blocked his path. His reason was ruthlessly rejected by the despicable blind man. The blind man said with a calm face, since the master had handed the army over to him, then he had the final say in the matters of the army. When had the proud and arrogant Xiao Han Guang ever suffered such humiliation? He had nothing to say about losing to Ghost Face Mask, but that did not mean that he was a noodle that could be kneaded by anyone. Amauri was like an unstoppable heavy hammer. He liked to use the combined strength of his entire team to slash, which was extremely powerful. Shu Yi sat on the city wall, and watched Xiao Han Guang, who was training bitterly with interest. He rushed towards the group without hesitation. What a joke, what a tragedy. Xiao Han Guang cursed in his heart. His entire body was covered in dust, and he was in a sorry state. Ever since he was young, he had never been so dirty, and occasionally, he would look at himself from the snow-white blade, the figure that looked like a beggar. He almost could not recognize himself. I just want to learn the heavy demonic execution, that's all. He shook his head, and got rid of the unnecessary thoughts in his mind, and thought about how to complete the mission given to him by the master. How will the four main cities retaliate? Amauri, Han Bingning and the rest had improved so quickly that it caused people to be dumbstruck. Thinking about the strength that the four main cities had, Xu Yi's face became gloomy. Xiao Han Guang scoffed, tilde just based on these people, they think they can stop me. Tilde upon thinking about that, Zhong Li by subconsciously covered his face burning up. Just at that moment, a scout rushed in anxiously, Master, there's a situation. But he was no different from a bandit, his army had expanded by several times, and currently had over 20,000 men under him. All of the strongholds along the way were swept by him, and all of the bandits were under him. Xiao Han Guang felt that it was the best chance for him to prove himself, and he took the lead and rushed towards Han Bingning. But he quickly fell into trouble. Han Bingning's fighting style was completely different from a Maori. What made him even more depressed was that the Battle of Sharp Wind City's master had displayed his might, and in the end, Nai Chiu, that blind bastard, had taken advantage of him, and he heard that he already had 2,000 Null Division men under him. Even though he had 20,000 men, he knew that they were definitely not Nai Chiu's 2,000 men. The Sin domain had already forgotten the glory of their ancestors, and even the spirit that had opened up the Sin domain 2 generations ago had disappeared without a trace. How many years has it been since the 17 cities of Sin domain have increased? Nai Chiu did not speak any nonsense, and only allowed Han Bingning to bring a small team to fight against Xiao Han Guang's team. Countless figures surged out from every corner of the barracks and rushed towards him. Xu Yi was a man full of evil tricks, and hit him when he was down, saying that as long as he could escape from the group of people, he would not need to participate in the army training. The proud and arrogant Xiao Han Guang had been a genius since young, and all of the mediocre teammates around him, he looked down on them, as they were unable to keep up with his rhythm. But very quickly, he was punished, and the unconvinced him spouted out arrogant words. This kind of cooperation has no meaning at all. What will they do? Different from Nai Chiu, Xu Yi had a better understanding of the way the masters of Sin domain did things. Just at that moment, the entire barracks started to tremble. Following that, he was awoken by a bucket of cold water, and then was thrown into the group by a Maori like a chick, and started to participate in the training. Only in the ashes can there be a new sprout of hope. I brought a group of people out, and after wandering around aimlessly, I have to return with my face covered in dirt. What results did I achieve? Oh, I swept through many strongholds, killed many bandits, and made outstanding contributions to the security of the Sin domain. To Xu Yi, their strength was not worth mentioning, but they were filled with passion, to the point that he felt that they were crazy. They trusted each other, were united, and even to Nai Chiu's eyes, their tacit understanding was not up to standard, but to Xu Yi, it was enough to cause others to be shocked. But a pity, Master is not interested in the Sin domain at all. Xu Yi sighed in his heart. The various families of the Sin domain were filled with caution towards the Master, but they never thought that the Master did not have any feelings for the Sin domain. He began to live a miserable life that was like hell. The huge Sin domain actually had no way to deal with the group of prisoners. When the Sin domain people helplessly looked at the Null Division prisoners who were originally their captives, it truly made people suspect, who was the real captive? Unlucky. Zhong Li Bai's face became ugly. He fiercely spat out with killing intent. They had completed the mission of accepting the Null Division members from Galloping Horse City perfectly, and even exceeded their expectations, but Xu Yi knew that it was not because of their hard work, but because the surrounding families were intimidated by the Master's strength. As a subordinate, it was because of the Master's might that they were able to complete the mission, and that was nothing to brag about. Chapter 790. Tang Tian's generosity had actually surprised him. Nai Chiu laughed, and then stood up, leaving the dumbstruck Xu Yi behind. On the tall walls of Galloping Horse City, 4 figures stood side by side, overlooking the scene. The hall was silent, and the killing intent pervaded out. The boss, who was extremely ruthless to his enemies, was extremely generous to his subordinates, and was a fair person. Whoever had the best attitude in training, whoever had the highest achievements, would receive the most rewards. Using strict discipline to control his subordinates, using generous rewards to attract his subordinates, all of the undisciplined bandits gradually changed their fighting capabilities. Come, in the name of our king, Victory. All of the elites of East Immortal City, although they did not understand what a military general was, but victory was a reality. Victory after victory was like the most delicious delicacy. Once they had tasted it, they could no longer stop. After continuously swallowing a few strongholds, his strength had increased greatly, and the name of the East Mountain Bandits became famous. Everyone knew that there was a new group of powerful bandits that had continuously swallowed a few strongholds. Amongst them, there were the elites of the various families in East Immortal City, the elites of the bandits, but the majority of them were the ordinary refugees of the strongholds. These refugees had no status in the strongholds, they had to do the heaviest labor, and received the least amount of food. Shu Yi was amused by Naichio's words, but he quickly kept the smile on his face. The good news is, Master has captured the Su family's flowing tassel boat, killed Su Qing, and captured GZE. Everyone in position. The personal guard barracks had the most generous treatment, but at the same time, they had to undergo the harshest training. The training that made the bandits speechless did not cause any waves in the personal guard barracks. Naichio laughed. I hope that the good news is better, and I hope that the bad news is not that bad. The Lu family in Galloping Horse City suddenly became brightly lit, and streams of people flowed in and out. I feel that they are rather organized. The one who spoke was a lady. She had a head full of lustrous purple hair, a waist that resembled a water snake, a full and perky chest, bright red lips and ice blue eyes, giving off a seductive feeling. Yes, they said that they are looking for our East Mountain Bandits to do business. No one knew his name, but the Death Servant's name was known by everyone in the Sin domain. He was ranked 28 on the list of powerhouses. He was extremely mysterious, and other than knowing that he cultivated the law of death, there was no other information. He lived in seclusion and rarely appeared. Who would have thought that the Su family would actually invite him out of seclusion this time? Sounds like the results are impressive. Naichio agreed. Even the bandits who had pledged allegiance to him later on had gradually submitted to him. To bandits, most of them were people who couldn't survive in the city, so they had to be treated well. And all the arrogant and unruly troublemakers, the slippery old foxes, were all beheaded by Zhongli by without hesitation. 2,500 personal guards were the core strength of the Eastern Mountain Bandits. In the Leo constellation, such a treasure would definitely not be given to their subordinates. Of course, even if he did, it was definitely not something that someone of his level could hope for. Because he wished to display his ambitions, he left Leo constellation and joined Tang Tian, but he was still extremely cautious. No matter how one looked at it, he was not a direct descendant. In the first battle, the personal guard camp suffered heavy casualties, but Zhongli Bai rewarded the survivors. Replenishing the manpower did not take much effort. Countless of refugees were thinking with red eyes, as though they were breaking their heads to join the personal guard camp. Even if they knew, they did not care, as completing the training meant that they would be able to eat their fill, and their families would not have to starve. Compared to the hopeless work, what was training? All of the lowly refugees would even fight to the point of fainting during the training. Zhongli Bai sneered, then let's see who they are, and let them come in. Send the order to the personal guard camp, let them welcome the esteemed guests. If we were to say that the majority of them were forced to submit previously, but now, they truly supported Zhongli Bai. What's the situation? He enunciated the word esteemed guests very clearly. It doesn't sound like it. It's extremely so. Shu Yi thought about how Naichio was not familiar with the Sin domain, no wonder he was so calm, and explained, GZE is known as the Bewitching Blade, the third of the 12 infamous great heroes, and is the youngest out of the infamous great heroes, overflowing with talent. I never thought that he would be captured by Master. It would be hard for the entire Sin domain to not be shaken. Along the way, they swept through all of the strongholds like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. All of the impregnable strongholds crumbled effortlessly in front of the Master. They did not have many casualties, as many of them had fought with the bandits before. The vicious and evil bandits were extremely difficult to deal with, their fighting techniques were ferocious and tenacious, and they were extremely difficult to exterminate. Seeking an audience with me? Zhongli Bai squinted his eyes. The standard of treatment far exceeded his expectations. Their boss was a ruthless man who did not even blink when blood flowed like a river, and even the most vicious and merciless bandits were like lambs in front of him. None of them knew that their daily training and fighting methods were the legendary army tactics. They did not say what business they were doing. The scout said honestly. He had initially thought that it would be good enough for Tang Tian to give him the authority to build an army, and did not even hope for the army to receive the treatment of a core army. The scout was stared at by Zhong Li Bai's ferocious gaze, and could not help but tremble. He immediately said, "There are people outside seeking an audience with boss." The three guests were overwhelmed with shock in front of such an elite army. Xu Yi revealed a bitter smile. The bad news is, Su Qing's death has shaken the Su family. The Su family's revenge will also follow. Su Qing's death has given the Su family enough reason. I was previously worried that the four main cities would use some methods to probe us, but now that I see it, I reckon that the Su family will be the vanguard. Nai Qiu sat down. In front of him, the growing yin sword floated in the air, the sword tip pointed to the ground. Sensing the miraculous connection between himself and the growing yin sword, Nai Qiu was in a daze. Through continuous probing, his understanding of the growing yin sword had deepened. It could greatly increase the might of his formation, and he also understood the value of the sword. The one who came in to report was an old man from East Immortal City. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He felt that his boss's gaze was like that of a wolf, wanting to swallow him whole. Zhong Li Bai was extremely dissatisfied with his own achievements, but in the eyes of his subordinates, it was already shocking. After a few battles, the personal guard unit had quickly matured, like a treasured blade that had seen blood, revealing its extraordinary might. Every time the battle reached a stalemate, they would definitely be the power to break the balance. Tilda, with such a life, what more can I ask for? Tilda, it was dead silence, but it was filled with an indescribable awe. The three of them were startled. Tilda, did he discover something? Tilda, they could not help but look at the Lu family courtyard. To people who had fallen to the ground, to be able to use their lowly lives to exchange for the hope of seeing the sunlight, they would not hesitate. They were weak, and did not have the habit of flaunting their strength, and did not reject the complicated coordination and tactics. But what he did not expect was that not only did the master hand the null division over to him, and gave him sufficient trust and space, he even gave him the precious treasure, the growing yin sword. It truly is good news. Nai Qiu could not help but be happy. Zhong Li Bai sat at the seat of honor. All of the personal guards were carefully selected by him out of over 100,000 people. Thinking about how he had sighed in the past, to be able to fight happily, he was extremely fortunate. In the Leo constellation, although everyone was shocked by his talent, but he had never received such attention before. But under the master's command, he was an outsider, and was actually able to command a core army. The trust and expectation in him weighed heavily on his heart, but gave him boundless motivation. Galloping Horse City. Your judgment is accurate. Many of the bandits wanted to see Zhong Li Bai make a fool of himself. What use were the weak refugees? They did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. A tall figure with a gloomy voice, it was Qin Zhen. His eyes revealed a look of hatred. It was the hateful ants in front of him that destroyed the Qin family, and completely destroyed his decades of hard work. Prepare to face the enemy. Just at that moment, a shrill alarm sounded out like the cry of an owl, breaking the silence. The other person was enveloped in a black mist, like a spectre. The other three seemed to be extremely fearful of him, and subconsciously maintained a distance from him. Zhong Li Bai raised his head, his expression unkind. I'm afraid so. Xu Yi's eyes flashed with a look of worry. The Su family's retaliation will definitely be extremely powerful. The life and death training caused all the onlookers to keep quiet. The personal guards were not the strongest out of all of them, but they were definitely the most obedient, had the most proper attitude in training, and were the most fearless. I have good news and bad news. The surrounding personal guards all stood up, the laxness on their bodies disappeared, they quietly took out their weapons and found their positions. The colors of the armor were extremely messy, but it did not cause the group of elites to lose their color. All of them held their heads high and puffed out their chests. Their expressions were indifferent. On the parts of their bodies that were exposed, there was not a single piece that was unscathed, interweaving with each other. The strong were respected. Xu Yi's expression was complicated. Nai Qiu's hand held onto the growing yin sword's hilt, his world suddenly quietened down, the fringe on his forehead moved without any wind, his pale and weak face revealed a warm yet fanatical smile. Zhongli Bai had unexpectedly chosen them. The blades and swords were like a forest, killing intent pervading the air. Sophie, ranked 36th on the list of powerhouses. Business. Zhongli Bai muttered, his heart feeling strange. Just at that moment, a voice came out from the dense black mist. They truly look like ants. Fights between bandits would happen from time to time, and no one would link him to Ghost Face Mask. I understand. Nai Chio nodded his head, we will soon face their retaliation. By his side was an old man who looked like a farmer. Lu Shengxiong, the previous patriarch of the Lu family, seemed to have aged another 10 years, the wrinkles on his face deepened. He was speechless. He pulled his group out of East Immortal City. For the sake of not attracting attention, he disguised himself as a bandit, and gave himself the name of East Mountain Bandit. Come, fight in the name of my king, Chapter 791. When the wind blew past them, it seemed to have disappeared, the air around the two of them stopped flowing, and they stared at the galloping horse city that occasionally released light auras. Fu Zhengji subconsciously asked, "How do you know?" Hearing that, the middle-aged man turned his head, his eyes flashing with a strange light aura. I don't think it's a bad thing. He was thinking about an extremely realistic problem. Gze did not think much of it, but he did not dare show it on his face. Fu Zhengji lowered his head, who knew what he was thinking about. He had asked Fu Zhengji and Gze about how powerful martial artists who had gained enlightenment on law domains were. But regardless of whether it was Fu Zhengji or Gze, they were unable to describe law domains. They honestly said that other than Dooku, no one knew how law domain martial artists fought. Take another step. The white-brow old man looked at the middle-aged man. The Sin domain is already ours. Take another step. Could it be that you want to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy? The light aura from the explosion reflected on his face, which was extremely calm. If this idea was truly successful, then the Sin domain would most likely change because of it. The white-brow old man looked as though he had seen a ghost, a look of panic surfaced on his face, and he blurted out, "Everyone will not agree to it. You will cause everyone to die. The theory of laws will be rewritten." Gze, who had initially planned to shut up, suddenly replied, "Who doesn't want to?" No one knew how strong Dooku was, and there were no rumors of him fighting in the outside world. He was an extremely low-profile person, pragmatic and introverted, and when he was young, he had actively participated in the matters of the family, and on this point, he was extremely different from the other powerful martial artists. The Su family's choice will naturally be borne by them. The middle-aged man said nonchalantly, "If not for their help, we would not be able to see the true strength of the army. Using laws to connect everyone, interesting." Hearing that, the two of them raised their heads at the same time, revealing looks of curiosity. Tang Tian threw the question to the side, and said, "I called you guys over because I have an idea, and wanted you guys to try it out." Fu Zhengji's face was filled with shock. There was no news of this in the Sin domain. The number one man of the Sin domain was actually quietly trying to break through the Sin door. That was an explosive news, because I was preparing to go to the Sin door. Gze was proud of himself, but when he saw the suspicious gazes of the two, he immediately explained, "I just want to see what the Sin door looks like, I am not Dooku." Both of them were experts, and their understanding of the laws was far deeper than others. To others, such a thought was no different than wishful thinking. Different laws were incompatible with each other, and the higher the level of cultivation of a law, the harder it was to combine them. The two of them looked at each other and saw the excitement, shock, and anticipation in each other's eyes. The Sin door was guarded by the Honorable Martial Continent, and was the only checkpoint to the Honorable Martial Continent from the Sin domain. Ever since their ancestor stepped into the Sin domain, countless people had tried to break through the Sin door, but no one succeeded, and that path became the burial ground for countless people, and was hailed as the path of death. It had been many years since anyone had set foot on the path of death. Tang Tian suddenly clapped his hands. He wants to return to the sanctuary? Why not? The middle-aged man met the old man's gaze without avoiding it. The awakened god armor was very strong, but how could he use it to defeat his opponent? But Gze knew quite a lot. He turned and asked, "Are you familiar with the Sin Gate?" Tang Tian was still immersed in the awakened god armor. The more he explored, the more he felt that the awakened god armor was powerful. It was a brand new world that was extremely vast, with too many unknowns, as though there was no end to it. It was a middle-aged man roughly 40 years old, with a tall and sturdy figure, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Ghost Face Mask subordinates are all talented people. The white-brow old man said, "If not for seeing it with our own eyes, I am afraid that we would still be in the dark." Ghost Face Mask is not a simple man, and even Gze was captured by him. With such powerful subordinates, if we give him a few more days, I am afraid that the Sin domain will be his world. The awakened god armor seemed to contain all of the laws. It was like an interface for countless of laws, and everyone's law surface could find the corresponding interface. In theory, this idea was feasible. When tens, or even hundreds of law surfaces were connected to the awakened god armor, the power between the law surfaces would be able to interconnect with each other, and within that, how many changes would there be? In his eyes, there were no secrets in laws. The middle-aged man spoke with a profound meaning. "Is that so?" After a moment, Fu Zhengji regained his senses, and his eyes blossomed with a strange light aura. Fu Zhengji hesitated for a moment. "Dooku wants to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Will he cooperate with us?" This group of people from Purple Cuckoo City, their talents are only ordinary, and their strengths are low, but in such a short period of time, under Ghost Face Mask's hands, they actually improved by leaps and bounds. The white-brow old man's face was gloomy. That woman with the rainbow of laws was once one of Qinzhen's family generals, but now, Qinzhen is actually not her opponent. And that Shu Yi, the patriarch of a small family at the border, but now, he is on par with the Death Servant. Ghost Face Mask himself is even more mysterious. His improvement is so fast that I suspect that he is possessed by Ancestor Li. In Purple Cuckoo City, not to mention Qinzhen, it is said that he is on par with that big man called Ben Senator, but now, even Gze has been captured by him. Every time I think about it, it makes me unable to eat or sleep in peace. Quickly give it a try. No one would have thought that Dooku, who was hailed as the #1 man of Sin Domain, would step on the death path alone, and attack the Sin Door. To any Sin Domain person, the Sin Door was like a shackle around their necks, and upon mentioning the Sin Door, no one would not clench their teeth. The death path was soaked in blood, which was the blood of generations after generations of Sin Domain people. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a bright light. He was obviously extremely interested in the army. There were very few legends about Dooku. He was a genius from an aristocratic family, and revealed his talent from a young age. The Du family's Du city was not considered strong in the 4 main cities. But following Dooku's continuous rise in strength, the Du city gradually became the head of the 4 main cities, and gradually controlled the entire Sin domain. It is truly not easy. The middle-aged man nodded his head, but it is a good support for us. In terms of the art of armies, we are not as good as these outsiders, but in terms of laws, how can they compare to us? This child's talent is unique, and his laws are also strange. The white-brow old man shook his head. Ultimately, this is not the right path. Even if we do not talk about other things, just this group of soldiers, how can it be easy to gather them? He changed the topic. The Su family has put in a lot of effort this time, but from the looks of it, they might not be able to take it down. While he was speaking, Sophie was forced to retreat, and the other 3 were also covered in dust. They did not have a good time. There were countless of eyes around Galloping Horse City, and at the moment, countless people were watching the battle. Dooku was the only martial artist who had stepped into the law domain. Oh! The white-brow old man was surprised. Tang Tian's awakened god armor actually provided such a possibility. After continuously probing around, Tang Tian finally had a rough idea of the awakened god armor. He knew that he was pressed for time, and naturally could not casually probe around like he usually did. You guys know about armies. Nichio's yin-yang formation is a unique law, and can mobilize everyone's power. I do not know much about armies, but the awakened god armor is more useful for laws, so can I use the awakened god armor to gather everyone's power? What would happen if the power of different law surfaces were to fuse together? Someone would know, because such a thing had never happened before. I never thought that the might of an army could actually reach such a level. One of the old men was surprised. His eyebrows and beard were all white, his white robe was as white as snow, his expression was not angry, but at the moment, he was frowning with a look of worry. The two of them stood up at the same time. Upon saying that, he might as well throw in the towel. Sin domain, this damn place? Who would like it? I don't know what others would think, but I don't think so. Dooku is already the #1 man in Sin domain. Furthermore, he is not even 70 or 80 years old. Why not give it a try? That's true. Tang Tian scratched his chin, revealing a look of deep thought. High up in the sky, about 20 kilometers away from Galloping Horse City, two figures could be seen. The white-brow old man's frown eased up. That's right. Gze suddenly spoke out. Upon saying that, he became flustered and exasperated. Damn it. Why am I helping him plan and strategize? Tang Tian's enlightenment on laws was far from reaching the level of a law domain, and even in theory, he knew very little. If he wanted to bring the null division out of Sin domain, there was one person that he had to overcome, the strongest man in Sin domain, Dooku, who had gained enlightenment on a law domain. Although the awakened god armor was extremely powerful, but it was still unable to form a law domain. Dooku tried to break through the Sin door. Tang Tian turned to look at Fu Zhengji, who also shook his head. His expression was not good. Regardless of whether he cooperates with us or not, we will return to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Tang Tian's tone was resolute and overbearing. If we are able to grasp the profoundness of an army, we will definitely be able to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a light of ambition, his voice drifting in the air. Fu Zhengji revealed a look of suspicion, while Gze's body trembled, his face revealing a look of shock. The Sin domain has not had any fresh power for a long time. The middle-aged man said, for example, we have personally witnessed how an army operates. With our understanding of laws, I believe that we will not need much time to gain enlightenment on the profoundness. Ever since Ancestor Li gained enlightenment on laws, after 200 years of development, the Sin domain studies on laws have reached a bottleneck. If we have the infusion of new blood, our Tao of laws will definitely improve. The two of them understood what it meant if the idea was truly feasible. I'm not familiar with it. Gze shook his head, his expression ugly. I only took a look. That's right. The other man sighed. The studies of military generals have long been lost in the Sin domain. The Sin domain does not have the space for military generals to exist. I never thought that this child would take a different path, and use laws to control them. It is truly exquisite. Seems like it is not that the Sin domain does not have the space for armies, but that we have not found the right path. The white-brow old man choked. Chapter 792. Tang Tian only had a superficial understanding of synchronization, but it gave him inspiration. But the master was able to connect their law surfaces effortlessly. They knew how terrifying the power contained in their law surfaces was, and according to their paths, any one of their law surfaces was enough to cause the master to explode. But, the master had swallowed the power of two perfect law surfaces, but there was no change. The sudden inspiration made Tang Tian's eyes light up, and he immediately did it. But Tang Tian was not discouraged. He was sure that even if the three of them gave it their all, they would not be able to reach the domain realm, but they had already broken through the limits of law surfaces. Fu Zhengji and Gze quickly displayed their outstanding abilities. But what if the three of them gave it their all? Can I block it? Tang Tian thought about it, and felt that Dooku should be able to block it. Law domains were a higher level of power, and although the attacks might had increased, but it was still within the realm of law surfaces. I definitely can't find it. Who would have thought that the three of them would be able to form such a terrifying might with just a casual attack. Compared to the resonance formed from energy synchronization, the resonance between law surfaces was even more astonishing. What if there is more? Pay attention to your control. The power projected by the law surface cannot be too strong, right, a bit weaker. Furthermore, the flowing tassel boat was still parked at the side, with the two large holes on it, constantly reminding the two of the consequences of going against Ghostface Mask. Isn't that an army? Energy synchronization was the fundamental core of the sacred Saint Galaxy army, and law surface synchronization was the fundamental core of the Sin domain army. The green sword threads and bloodblade auras in the air disappeared at the same time. Master Ghost Face Mask was like a bridge, connecting the two law surfaces, and the difficulty of it was unfathomable. But what made the two of them feel ashamed was that right from the start, the bridge was extremely stable, and it was the two of them who were in trouble. Tang Tian said coldly, "In a while, I will give the two of you an order. Once you receive it, you will attack." The scene from before continued to replay in his mind. When the two law surfaces started to project their power at the same time, he could clearly feel that there was a mystical resonance between the two law surfaces. But, in front of Tang Tian, the two of them did not dare to complain. After a few days of interaction, he understood that it was very useful to flatter Grimace in his normal state. But against the Ghost Face Mask who was in the awakened state, it was useless. He had to discuss the matter as it stood, and if he asked everything clearly, it would be more effective. Lord Ghost Face Mask's cold gaze caused the two of them to shiver. The two of them immediately understood that this was an order. If Tang Tian was in his usual state, he would be scratching his ears and cheeks, unable to sit still. However, in the awakened state, personal emotions were extremely diluted. After confirming that the plan wouldn't work, he began to think of a new plan. Because of this, a high synchronization rate became synonymous with being well-trained. A 90% synchronization rate was the basic requirement for an outstanding army. It meant that when an order was given, 90% of the soldiers would be able to complete the energy synchronization. The Sin domain was about to change. Tang Tian didn't know what the two were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He didn't intend to reason with them from the beginning. Only a smart person like Chen Hui would be able to do such a thing. She knew her own business and used reason to convince others. As for himself, he would use his fists to convince others. Fu Zhangji was even more ruthless than Old Man Yu. He had ample experience, and was able to use simpler methods to control the situation. And Gze, who had the name of Bewitching Blade, would often cause people's eyes to light up. His unconstrained and unconstrained techniques were filled with imagination. Suddenly, an indescribable undulation rippled out from their law surfaces. Suddenly, Tang Tian had a flash of understanding. The two of them were unable to imagine it. Their law surfaces had long matured to perfection, and correspondingly, the barriers on their law surfaces were extremely sturdy. In a normal sense, such barriers were practically indestructible, and it was impossible for them to break through them. It was not only him. Fu Zhangji and Gze who regained their senses looked at each other. They could see the deep shock, fear, and an indescribable anticipation in each other's eyes. Fu Zhangji held onto two jade green wooden short swords, which were the famous green swords. The moment the undulation appeared, the green swords in his hands shot out a jade green light. A light regiment that was as intense as the sun suddenly blossomed, causing the two of them to be blinded by white light, unable to see anything. The terrifying shockwave swept out like a storm. The destructive aura caused the two of them to turn pale. How many people could withstand such a terrifying attack? Even if it was himself, facing such an attack, it would not be easy. And if such a powerful attack was just the enemy's normal attack, Tang Tian felt that his chances of victory were minuscule. The resonance between the two caused the originally repulsive powers to instantly fuse together, and the might that it released was beyond imagination. The two of them were suspicious, but they made preparations. Connecting their law surfaces was proven to be feasible. Tang Tian did not believe that such a connection would be useless. All right, the situation is stronger than us. The two of them continued to numb themselves. One more time. Exactly what level has Master's understanding of laws reach? After a few seconds, their vision returned to normal, and the scene in front of them caused the two of them to freeze in place, unable to move. That's impossible. How can two completely different law powers fuse together? Tang Tian tried to fuse the two powers together, but he quickly realized that it was not possible. The two astonishing powers were clearly separated inside the God-awakened armor. And Tang Tian realized that it was extremely difficult to control the two powers. With such a casual attack, they could unleash it continuously for an entire night. Suddenly, he thought of something that was both familiar and strange at the same time. Synchronization rate. Doesn't that mean that I can build a true Sin domain army? Fu Zhangji and GZE's bodies trembled, their faces revealing looks of disbelief. The power was once again injected into their law surfaces. I actually accidentally found the crux to building a Sin domain army. When 10 law surfaces resonated at the same time, what kind of scene would it be? When 100 law surfaces resonated at the same time, what kind of scene would it be? The two of them had pale white faces, their eyes were blank as they stared blankly at the foot of the mountain that was left. The charred surface revealed a red light, it was the melted rocks that had not cooled down, showing how terrifying the temperature was. At the same time, GZE also unleashed his own blade aura. The blade in his hand was long and curved, the dark red lines on the blade's body looked like waves of blood, and the blade aura that he unleashed was also dark red like blood. The towering mountain outside the city had disappeared. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, the two law surfaces were activated at the same time, an indescribable undulation was transmitted into his body, and the awakened armor on his body suddenly lit up. The same undulation as before appeared on both of their law surfaces at the same time. This time, the two of them did not hesitate and made their moves at the same time. This is. Contrary to what the two of them had guessed, in truth, it was the awakened armor that was withstanding the power of their law surfaces. Tang Tian realized that he had underestimated the usefulness of the awakened armor. To be able to withstand such an astonishing power, the awakened armor's potential was far greater than what he had expected. Not only did the energy undulate, in truth, the power projected by the law surfaces also had undulations. Energy synchronization is able to unleash an even more astonishing might. Then if the power projected by the law surfaces is also synchronized, what kind of scene will that be? Fusion. Synchronization was a term commonly used by armies. It was usually used to measure the synchronization of energy undulations between soldiers. The higher the synchronization, the more power the energy could unleash. Synchronization was a goal that all military generals pursued, and it was something that ran through all of their daily training. Behind the awakened armor's mask, Tang Tian's eyes were extremely bright. The two of them were extremely conflicted, and even they themselves did not know what was going on. The two of them more or less understood how powerful Master Ghost Face Mask's theory was, and it would be a lie to say that they were not attracted to it. But one of them was a tyrant, while the other was a ferocious person, and to be tossed around like that, it was impossible for them to not be angry. What kind of attack? GZE asked. This. Under their shocked gazes, the green and red blade aura entered the mountain peak outside the city. Bang! Unbeknownst to them, the shock that Tang Tian had given them was even more intense. The two of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. A high-level power against a low-level power would usually crush them. That was nothing, but when they tried to transfer their power to the master, the result caused them to be dumbstruck. Master Ghostface Mask was like a bottomless ocean, and the power that they transferred was like a clay ox entering the ocean, until the two of them transferred all of the power that their law surface could project. Master Ghostface Mask still did not have any reaction. I should be able to block it. That's right, it's resonance. Again. How many years has it been since I have to crawl around in the mud? GZE was still alright, even though he was arrogant, but his strength did not drop from the sky, but had been through bitter training. Fu Zhangji was in a much more difficult situation. He had held a high position for many years, and although he was strong, he had been pampered for many years, causing him to complain in his heart. Disappeared. With Fu Zhangji and GZE's strength, it was not difficult for them to destroy a mountain peak. But to make a mountain peak disappear into thin air like that was not so easy. And furthermore, it was just a casual attack from the two of them. And at the same time, a jade-green light wrapped around the Bloodblade aura appeared in their vision. Tang Tian thought for a moment and said, "The attack that you are most proficient in. Why aren't we attacking? What about Dooku, who is hailed as Sin Domain's number 1? When one's strength was a level higher, its might would not be multiplied, but oftentimes, it would be increased by 10 times, or even 100 times. Their previous thoughts were proven to be useless one after another. The awakened state Tang Tian was brimming with pressure, as though he was a demon god. His indifferent eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The two of their attacks had actually fused together. The two of them jumped in fright. Tang Tian ignored the two of them. He was carefully sensing the two completely different powers. Focus, maintain your stability. Furthermore, adding him, there were only 3 of them. Tang Tian's eyes were as bright as stars. He had put in countless of hard work and had never admitted defeat. He firmly believed that he would fight to the end. He was filled with confidence, but only at that moment did he truly find the key to victory. Chapter 793. But only when they were licking their wounds did they realize that if my Chen Xiu succeeded, it would be extremely important to the entire war. Using our flesh and blood as sharp blades, we will turn this place into a slaughterhouse. No one can escape. Our target is the Shang continent. Qiu Shuhua said without hesitation. Including me, the achievements and ambitions of conquering the southern region has blinded our eyes. This defeat is not a loss at all, and it has allowed us to see our current situation clearly. Everyone, even if we have to bear the name of failure, even if we do not have any achievements, even if we have to sacrifice all of us, we will hold back 2 gold-rank armies. As expected, the commander of the Sacred Pagoda army did not waste the opportunity. Without hesitation, they invested all of their strength and counterattacked. He stood up and looked at his generals, and said solemnly, "This battle will be the starting point for our honorable martial continent to unify the Sacred Saint Galaxy. We can only win and not lose. Everyone below me can be sacrificed. Everyone below me, anyone who retreats will be killed." Warship weapons were extremely expensive, especially those used by gold-rank armies. They were of a higher grade than ordinary warship weapons, and thus were extremely expensive. Hearing that the White Crow Army's warships were equipped with warship weapons that were 1.5 times their own, everyone was stunned. They had experienced the might of the White Crow Army's warships, and knew that the opponent's warship weapons were of the same grade as theirs. War was a battle of money, but the undefeatable Qiu Shuhua actually lost. That's right, he was helpless. Qiu Shuhua had lost 30,000 men, of which only 8,000 were lost during the stalemate, and these 8,000 men had at least brought about 15,000 casualties to the opponent. At least 20,000 casualties came from the appearance of the White Crow Army. Qiu Shuhua's expression did not change. Continue. The White Crow Army's equipment is better than ours, but he only has 1 army. I was too careless this time, and made the mistake of underestimating the enemy. When Qiu Shuhua spoke, everyone's heart trembled, and all of them lowered their heads. They were all silver-grade warship weapons, but the difference in might was huge, and silver-grade was just a general term. The same honeycomb sword cannon, produced by different weapon manufacturers, had completely different standards. The frequency of attack, the might of the sword aura would be as different as heaven and earth. As for those large battleship weapons, they were more complex and refined. Battleship weapons were more powerful, took up less space, and required less people to operate them. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the energy sea that was more than 800 kilometers wide. The two sides fought for several days, coming and going, falling into a stalemate. Qiu Shuhua did not panic, although he was young, but he had rich battle experience, and knew that in such a large-scale battle, there would be a few tough bones. The honorable martial continent was filled with famed generals, and my Chen Xiu was as many as the hairs on a cow. Madame Ru valued his talents and promoted him to be the commander-in-chief of the White Pirates, which was a rare sight. Madame Ru's identity as an intelligence officer had very little influence on the military. They were two completely different systems. His fist slammed on the conference table. His handsome face became ferocious, and his red eyes were bloodshot. What a pity, my Chen Xiu's surprise attack on the Steel Mountain continent failed. The Sacred Pagoda army had a total of 190,000 men, while Qiu Shuhua had 150,000 men. Someone in the conference room muttered, and many people looked annoyed. They had received my Chen Xiu's plan to ambush the Steel Mountain continent, but no one cared about it. They were filled with confidence, relying on the strength in their hands. They could completely suppress their opponents. It is said that the Shang continent produces a unique black gold, which is a good material for crafting warship weapons. But, Can the black gold be used to craft such high-grade warship weapons? We do not have such information. Ziche Jiojing spoke up. Looking at the overall situation, it is not important whether we win or lose. In comparison, the southern region, which had been peaceful and prosperous for too long, was missing too many lessons in this area. The Sacred Pagoda Army had many allies, but among these armies, they lacked a unified command, and their coordination was chaotic, and they fought for themselves. Ziche Jiojing's voice was gentle, but it was akin to dropping a bomb in the conference room. Some of them revealed looks of shame, while others were unconvinced. After a short period of silence, everyone's faces became extremely ugly. When a few of the generals heard Qiu Shuhua's words, they wanted to speak up, but Qiu Shuhua waved his hand to stop them, and said solemnly, "We do not have to care about the moment of victory or loss. The important thing is that we can find a solution before we lose. Everyone knows what this battle means to the entire Honorable Marshall Continent. Since when did the Honorable Marshall Continent lose out in terms of money?" Qiu Shuhua, who was of a similar age to my Chen Xiu, regardless of whether it was his achievements or reputation, he was much higher. Qiu Shuhua was the youngest out of the 5 great generals, and his talent caused everyone to be shocked. Many people thought that he was the most outstanding general in the history of the Honorable Marshall Continent. He was not even 30 years old, and had outstanding military achievements, and as one of the 5 great generals, he was the one that attracted the most attention. Even at that moment, Ziche Jiojing's voice was gentle and soft, causing the generals who were initially unconvinced to reveal looks of contemplation. Mu Xia's perseverance, his arrangements for the past 10 years, gave people the feeling that he was extremely responsible. Regardless of whether it was offense or defense, Mo Xin was extremely skillful. He did not seem to have any shortcomings. His balance and stability were his specialties, but at the same time, there were very few outstanding battles. Jiao Ya was hailed as the #1 defender in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. With a conservative and low-profile personality, he lived in seclusion. Go Cheng Wendao liked to attack unpredictably. His attacks were terrifying, but he was temperamental and ruthless, and was not liked by others. Wei Yu shook his head. These warship weapons might not be made of black gold. The Southern Alliance still has the Shuji Worldwide Commerce, which is hailed as one of the top 5 weapon merchants in the southern region. It is completely possible for them to manufacture and purchase these warship weapons. Although the southern region people think that we are here to conquer the southern region, and even we ourselves think so, but I need to remind everyone that from the start, our target has always been the Shang continent. But, just as Qiu Shuhua thought that victory was in his grasp, an army suddenly appeared like a ghost at the side of their fleet. When Qiu Shuhua realized that it was the White Crow Army, the situation had already gone out of control. The White Crow Army did not look like a rookie at all. They were experienced butchers, and knew every single detail of their target. Who would have thought that they had just risen to become a gold rank army? Qiu Shuhua's eyes were like stars. He said calmly, "Winning or losing does not matter. But in this battle, there will only be one victor, and that is the Honorable Marshall Continent." When Qiu Shuhua's side started to show signs of collapse, he immediately ordered his direct subordinated army to retreat. And at that moment, one of his generals, Feng Yun Man, took the initiative to bring up the rear, and won the opportunity for the main army. Upon thinking about the damned White Crow Army, Qiu Shuhua's face turned green. The armies of the Honorable Marshall Continent were famed for their superior equipment, which allowed them to gain an advantage when fighting against their enemies. As for the gold rank warship weapons, only Qiu Shuhua and the few generals under him were equipped with them, and their price was not just expensive. Qiu Shuhua had encountered the allied army with the Sacred Pagoda Army as the core, and both parties were in a stalemate, which was extremely bitter. The Sacred Pagoda Army was one of the 3 great gold rank armies in the southern region, and compared to the Southern Wind Army, which was also a gold rank army, the Sacred Pagoda Army was much more tenacious. The White Crow Army did not have many people, but their fighting strength was extremely powerful. To Qiu Shuhua, they were even stronger than the Sacred Pagoda Army. All of their warships are equipped with excess warship weapons, and according to the analysis of the images, the warship weapons they are equipped with are twice of the Sacred Pagoda Army, and 1.5 times of ours. Everyone had heard of the Shang continent producing black gold that was suitable for manufacturing warship weapons, But no one had thought that the black gold could actually produce such high-grade warship weapon. Qiu Shuhua was handsome on the outside, he came from a prestigious family, his speech and actions were elegant and calm, he was brimming with talent, and had long become the idol in the hearts of countless honorable Martial Continent citizens, and became the most dazzling general of the honorable Martial Continent. The Sacred Pagoda Army's tenacity was admirable. If not for them, the Allied Army's defensive line would be in imminent danger. But as time passed, the Allied Army that had more people started to lose the advantage. The Fox of the Southern Region, Bai Yu, became famous in one battle. Ziche Jiojing's expression returned to normal. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention, many of them revealed looks of dissatisfaction. Could it be that we came all the way to the southern region, not to win, but to lose? The number of warship weapons that every warship is equipped with is 1.5 times of ours. Their attacks were extremely ferocious and resolute, and the normal armies that had average fighting strength immediately crumbled under their attacks. All of the generals' expressions became solemn. All of them were stirred up, and immediately agreed, yes. In such a stalemate situation, Qiu Shuhua knew what the collapse of his own flank meant. Mai Chen Xiu's death did not cause much of a ripple in the various armies of the honorable Martial Continent. The loss of 30,000 men, to the 150,000-strong army, was already a huge blow, but what truly pained Qiu Shuhua was the death of his subordinate, Feng Yun Man. That is not the reason for our defeat. The one who spoke was one of the famed generals under Qiu Shuhua, Ziche Jiojing. Ziche Jiojing had a tall and skinny figure, his brown hair casually draped over his shoulders, he had an androgynous handsome and beautiful face, his expression was calm, but his gentle voice revealed a sense of helplessness. At the start of the war, we were unstoppable, causing us to lose our vigilance, and have even more unsuitable ambitions, causing us to deviate greatly from our highest strategic goal. If we are able to attract the Sacred Pagoda and White Crows, the two remaining gold rank armies in the southern region, causing them to be unable to reinforce the Shang continent, then the resistance that General Go Cheng Wendao has to face will be greatly reduced. It will be beneficial for us to seize the Shang continent. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Other than the direct subordinated army, he still had a large number of conventional armies. These conventional armies were far weaker than the direct subordinated armies, but ants could bite an elephant to death. To equip the direct subordinated armies with conventional armies, as well as the coordination between the armies, was a rule that the Honorable Martial Continent had created after going through many wars. The rules that were exchanged for blood were currently displaying astonishing might. Chapter 794. Peng Ruo suddenly spoke out, "You are from the Southern Alliance, and saving the Shang continent is your responsibility. If you need to leave, please come to my tribe as soon as possible. I will fight for an opportunity for you to leave." There were good places to attack along the entire line of defense, so why should they go for the enemy's strongest point and clash head-on? He knew that the Shang continent's defensive line would definitely be under immense pressure, but he was the least worried about the Ocean Guardian stronghold. When a fortress fell into the hands of a fellow like Xie Yuan who was good at defense, the power it could unleash was definitely beyond imagination. Beside Bai Yu, Guan Jin also revealed a look of approval. He knew very well how good this old classmate of his was at defensive positions. When he was in the academy, Xie Yuan's defensive assignment had given all the teachers a headache. It was to the point that every time Bai Yu asked Xie Yuan to help him with his homework, he would remind him to only use half of his strength, and to leave at least 5 floors. Peng Ruo's hair was white and his face was weathered. His body was tall and sturdy. One could imagine that when he was young, he must have been a towering man. He had been the commander of the Sacred Pagoda Army for over 30 years, and had an extremely high reputation in the southern region. He was full of confidence in Xie Yuan. He did not know if Xie Yuan was the third best defender in the sanctuary, but he believed that his old classmate was definitely the best in the world when it came to setting up defenses. Bai Yu himself would definitely not touch Xie Yuan, who had a stronghold. The Fox of the Southern Territory lives up to its name. On behalf of the Allied forces, I would like to thank you for your assistance. Shang continent. The old general looked at Bai Yu in surprise. Not Shuji Worldwide Commerce? We have to trust him. Bai Yu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Even if it is Go Cheng Wendao, we have to believe in old Xie. And don't forget about Bing, that old and cunning fellow, will definitely not sit and watch old Xie suffer. It is the Shang continent. Bai Yu explained, black gold is a special product of the Shang continent, although it is supplied to the Shuji worldwide commerce, but it does not limit their production. But this new type of warship weapon originates from the Sword Forest stronghold. The people of the Shang continent are also proficient in creating weapons, and I personally believe that their standards are higher than the Shuji worldwide commerce, but they do not sell them. But, Peng Ruo's expression did not change, but deep in his eyes, a trace of surprise flashed past. His tone was still calm. You are very confident in the Shang continent. But, Go Cheng Wendao had the worst record out of the 5 great generals. Yes. Bai Yu said calmly, they are the most outstanding group of people I have ever seen. Thank you for your kindness. He suddenly laughed. The Shang continent does not need my help. I am more interested in turning this place into Qiu Shuhua's grave. Bai Yu started to worry. Pang Ruo's lips twitched. He didn't like being overly convoluted, so he got straight to the point. What about Morshine? If it was any other normal person, they would definitely not touch the Ocean Guardian stronghold, a stronghold that was guarded by the 3rd most famous general under the heaven. Why did you always feel that that guy would always have a way? We can no longer leave. Bai Yu revealed a bitter smile. This time, Qiu Shuhua is determined to not let us go. Qiu Shuhua even used a 3rd of his strength to deal with the White Crow army. Pang Ruo was very clear about the state of the battlefield. Qiu Shuhua's speed of turning back and killing caused everyone to jump in shock. Before they could celebrate their hard-won victory, they had to welcome the battle. Bai Yu noticed Guan Jin's strange expression, and asked, what's wrong? But, this seemingly illogical choice, in Go Cheng Wendao's hands, was extremely normal. Bai Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a ruthless move. Qiu Shuhua led 80,000 men, contending with the 150,000 allied army, and was not at a disadvantage. And his subordinate, General Wei Yu, led 40,000 men, and firmly stuck to the White Crow army. Peng Ruo, who had obtained the recommendation letter, left satisfied. As the commander-in-chief of the allied army, he never had to worry about money. The southern region's business atmosphere was extremely rich, and the amount of funds he could use was beyond imagination. As for transportation, it was not a problem, although they needed to take a big detour and enter the Shang continent from the back, but for a long drawn-out battle, they could make it in time. It was Go Cheng Wendao. The worry on Guan Jin's face did not lessen. He knew that Yu had a blind trust in the Shang continent's commander-in-chief. Mu Xia had been stationed in the Wei Yiguan continent for many years, and had fought with the savage continent many times in the beginning, and rarely suffered losses. And Zhou Ya, who was proficient in defense, suffered even fewer losses. Qiu Shuhua had suffered in the first few battles, but after that, he rose to the top. As for Mo Xin, who always pursued the most logical choice, he had never lost. It's actually the Shang continent. Guan Jin bit his lips, and squeezed out a sentence. They need support. I am happy to be of service. Bai Yu bowed. If it was any other military general attacking the Ocean Guardian stronghold, he would not be so worried. Regardless if it was Qiu Shuhua or Mo Xin, once they understood that it was impossible, they would definitely not waste the lives of their soldiers. But in Go Cheng Wendao's dictionary, there was no such thing as impossible. Guan Jin felt that if the Sword Forest stronghold developed warships, it would definitely be very powerful. Did he really make arrangements long ago? Let him be. Bai Yu opened his mouth. His lazy nature was about to surface, but seeing the meticulous old general in front of him, he immediately corrected his attitude. We are fighting on our home ground, and have the geographical advantage, so the first thing we should consider is to kill or injure the enemy's strength. I hope that they will do as you say. The old general nodded his head. He did not harp on the question, and changed the topic. The warship weapons that your esteemed unit is equipped with are extremely refined. I wonder if you are willing to support us. We are willing to purchase them. The old general looked at Bai Yu in front of him, a look of admiration flashing past his eyes. Suddenly, Guan Jin's face changed. His subordinates' faces changed. They naturally understood the meaning behind Peng Ruo's words. If they wanted to drag the White Crow army out of the swamp, they needed an army to block Wei Yu, and that was no different from using their own bodies to block the blade for the White Crow army. Bai Yu's heart surged with a trace of respect. He knew that it was not easy for the old general to say such words at such a critical moment. "You're overpraising me, this junior was just lucky," Bai Yu said respectfully. But a pity, they are not interested in building warships. Compared to the other 4 years old, Go Cheng Wendao's defeat was extremely glaring, but he was the enemy that all the generals were most unwilling to meet. The members of the Southern Alliance were not unfamiliar to them, but in terms of weapons, everyone subconsciously thought that it was the Shuji worldwide commerce. Furthermore, warship weapons were far more complicated than ordinary weapons. Many people in the Allied army suspected that Bai Yu had already arrived at the battlefield, but did not launch an attack, and watched as the Allied army went to their deaths. He viewed offense as his life, and was temperamental, ruthless, and crazy. Go Cheng Wendao would always reveal all sorts of flaws in battle, but he did not care about it. What he believed in was that before he was beaten into a sieve, he would first beat the enemy into a sieve. Even in a desperate situation, his first reaction was always to attack. When fighting against him, one could never think of escaping unscathed, and had to always be prepared to receive a blade. As Bai Yu's adjutant, he was in charge of the procurement of weapons. At that time, Bai Yu had suggested to use warship weapons produced by the Shang continent, but was vehemently opposed by him. It was only until the test samples were sent over, and after repeated tests, that he realized that the Shang continent, which was not famous in the weapon domain, actually possessed such outstanding technology. All of these voices were suppressed by the old general. Bai Yu's timing was perfect, and the result was perfect. He was an outstanding general. Furthermore, Bai Yu was not under his jurisdiction, and should not be blamed. Towards the clumsy performance of the Allied army, the old general was already unhappy. The might of the warship weapons of the White Crow army had already been proven on the battlefield. Every warship of the White Crow army was like a porcupine covered with spikes. Their powerful fighting capabilities left a deep impression on the old general. Bai Yu looked at Peng Ruo's back view as he left, and scratched his chin. "For such a large order, I need to ask for a commission from the Sword Forest stronghold. Old official, how much do you think I should ask for? How about 10%? If not, the teacher would be able to tell with one look who wrote the assignment." "No." Bai Yu unexpectedly shook his head. "Continue with our previous strategy." The White Crow army that had completed the change in equipment had a huge increase in fighting capabilities. He would forever attack in a frenzy, and would either cause his head to bleed, or cause the enemy's head to bleed. What left a deeper impression on him was that every warship of the White Crow army was equipped with warship weapons, which were actually twice of theirs. The size of the warships of both parties did not have much of a difference, and that could only mean one thing, that the warship weapons of the opponent greatly reduced the number of people required to control them. The entire Bai Yu army who had tasted the benefits were filled with anticipation towards the Shang continent's weapons. Peng Ruo nodded his head. He agreed with Bai Yu's thoughts, and asked another question. "What does your esteemed unit plan to do next?" "Nothing much," Guan Jin said impolitely. "Compared to the commission, we should be more concerned about whether the Sword Forest stronghold has produced any new weapons. Their efficiency has always been astonishing. Go Cheng Wendao is personally attacking the Ocean Guardian stronghold." Guan Jin's face turned pale white. "I think I need a recommendation letter," Peng Ruo said to Bai Yu. "That's right. They are a group of lunatics." Bai Yu immediately said, "They will definitely have something good. We need to send people to ask." His respect was not fake. The Sacred Pagoda army had a long history, and the upright and unyielding Peng Ruo was a person of virtue and prestige. When Bai Yu was still in school, Peng Ruo's many classic battles were often studied and discussed by them. The sudden appearance of the White Crow army was not only unexpected by Qiu Shuhua, but Peng Ruo did not expect it either. After that, the White Crow army's performance was also impeccable, causing the experienced old general to be shocked. Their grasp of timing, their decisiveness in launching attacks, as well as their powerful and sharp fighting capabilities, quickly defeated Qiu Shuhua's army. Bai Yu was startled for a moment, but quickly reacted. "I am sorry, but we do not have many supplies. If your esteemed side wishes to purchase them, I am willing to act as a middleman. but your esteemed side will need to organize your own fleet to the Shang continent. If it was just him alone, it would not be scary, but what was scarier was that he had a group of crazy and bloodthirsty lunatics, his direct subordinate army. Chapter 795. No one was clearer than Lu Shengxiong about the might of the lightning auras that enveloped their bodies. He had never thought that there would be a day where someone could use their body to withstand the lightning auras. They truly have the body of a wild beast. No, even if a wild beast is enveloped by the dense lightning auras, they would not be able to survive. The few fellows who were charging at the very front were completely oblivious to it. Lu Shengxiang could even see their muscles twitching under the stimulation of the electricity. However, this group of people didn't seem to feel anything. Their faces were ferocious as they continued to madly rush forward with their bodies covered in electricity. Shu Yi also stared at the death servant. The dense death aura and the greedy look in his eyes made him understand the other party's intentions. To Nai Qiu's side, they did not lack fighting spirit. Upon seeing Qin Zhan, Ji Yushue's eyes revealed killing intent. The pain of her soul being imprisoned had caused the strong young lady to suffer a huge injury. Although with Tang Tian's help, she had used the power of the injury to break through again. But the injury had disappeared, but the pain had not been forgotten, and the hatred was still there. Ping Xiaoshan's initial job was to cut the golden steel gravel, but Nai Qiu could not tolerate any idlers in his team, so he was pulled to participate in the training. Ping Xiaoshan was not as arrogant as Xiao Han Guang, and did not have any resistance to participating in the training. And after seeing the ferocious fellows every day, his eyes were already red. The waves of attacks brought with them a terrifying stickiness. Upon contact, one would only be devoured. Lu Shengxiong's expression remained the same, but his heart sunk. The dazzling lightning aura enveloped his entire body, and the thick silver snakes danced around. Zzz. A Maori did not notice that his thoughts already had a tinge of seniority. Kill. His gaze locked onto Lu Shengxiong. The floating balls of lightning popped one after another like bubbles. Lu Shengxiong snorted, he raised his right palm, and a large lightning ball floated out. The dazzling lightning balls were extremely glaring, and a terrifying aura enveloped the area. The lightning balls were all around 1 m in diameter, and the concentrated crackling sounds came out. Lu Shengxiong revealed a pleased look, although the opponent's attack method made him feel a headache, but if he wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. The final attack was also part of his plan. Lu Shengxiong's eyes were sharp, he quickly understood the reason behind it. They used numbers to make up for the flaws left behind after a full-strength slash. Their slashes would never exist alone. As long as the enemy was hit by one slash, they would instantly fall into a frenzy of slashes. This group of fellows were like a swarm of bees. They were in groups and had great teamwork. As long as they were hit by one slash, the other team members would follow up with more slashes. And in this shockingly short period of time, the nearby squads had already completed their attack preparations, and they would seamlessly join in when their companions finished their first wave of attacks. Some of them froze and stopped in their tracks. As long as he destroyed this hole, Lu Shengxiong would not be able to escape. Wouldn't that create an opportunity for Sir Maori? The battle had reached its climax right from the start. However, in the hands of this group of people, this was the most common method of attack. He no longer hesitated and used the last of his strength, causing the lightning around his body to surge. The physical bodies of this group of fellows had actually been tempered to this extent. There were less than half of his brothers standing behind him, but it was enough. Although the old man still had a lot of thunderballs, but Maori could sense that the aura of the thunderballs was weakening. He immediately chose to fight with numbers, but he quickly realized that it was not a good choice. He increased the number of thunderballs, causing the might of the thunderballs to decrease greatly, but the opponent was actually able to use his body to take it. And what made him even more panicked was the exhaustion. His strength was being exhausted at a speed that far exceeded his imagination. What can I do? The thunderballs became sluggish, and before they could explode, the continuous slashes arrived. In the blink of an eye, the thunderballs had suffered 5 slashes, and like a balloon that was leaking air, it suddenly shrunk, it transformed into a lightning aura that extended along the few large guillotines. Lu Shengxiong's hair stood on end. But when he neared the hole, Ping Xiaoshan realized that his actions were somewhat impulsive. He had not gained enlightenment on his law surface, and facing Lu Shengxiong, who was a martial artist on the list of powerhouses, he was as insignificant as an ant. Even though Lu Shengxiong's strength was exhausted, it was still extremely easy for him to destroy him. His figure was once again hidden in the ball of lightning. Lu Shengxiong's law surface's power was quickly being consumed, and his face became uglier. He glanced at Sophie, who was fighting in the distance, and his expression changed. If I escape at this time, then the Lu family who are relying on others will be destroyed. But if I die, the Lu family who did not have a martial artist on the list of powerhouses will be thrown away like a rag. And as long as he did not die, a martial artist with fighting strength would be of some value to the big families. It was as though there was an invisible hand that was accurately controlling the swarm of bees. The death thumb ring, to any person who trained in death laws, was a sacred object that they yearned for even in their dreams. But to Xu Yi, it was not only a treasure for training, but had even more meaning. To struggle free from the death god's hands, and regain life. Facing such a favor, the prideful Xu Yi did not hesitate and made the decision to use his life to repay the favor. If we were to say that the perverted bodies of these people made him feel that it was inconceivable, then the way they attacked gave him an incomparable shock. Not good. His face change. Am I going to die? Is this the legendary army? The old man did not have much strength left. No matter how skilled a martial artist was in defense, against such a ferocious and unending attack, they would only be able to hold on for a moment. Their angle of attack was obviously meticulously arranged, and was extremely crafty. That idiot was killed by the great Maori. His eyes stared at the expanding hole, and his eyes lit up. Just at that moment, his eyes suddenly saw a fine black thread connecting to the black hole, that is. Spatial law thread. What do I do? Using the undulations produced from breaking space as a cover, he quietly activated his spatial law thread, and instantly appeared near the hole that he had just broken. On the other side of the black thread was a skinny figure, who grinned at him. Bang bang bang. He did not know what the outcome would be, but he knew that it would cause the space to become chaotic. He opened his eyes wide, but he was not afraid at all, but excited. The thunderballs in front of him made him think of Lu Tianwen. The intense lightning aura caused the space in front of him to change, and a black dot in the blazing light expanded rapidly. Maori did not care about the lightning aura swimming around his entire body. Other than the numbness, he did not receive any major injuries. Behind him were the first batch of Null Division members that were rescued. They had trained in the heavy demonic execution for the longest time, and had absorbed a large amount of life origin essence from the golden steel gravel, and after going through the intense tempering, their physiques had reached a new height. The blazing lightning exploded. In the next moment, Ping Xiaoshan's mind was in a mess. The distance between each of them was obviously meticulously calculated. Their slashes were extremely ferocious. Other than the unique technique to unleash power, the other reason was that they were using all of their strength. To unleash all of their strength without holding back, as a normal attack, it was against logic. Because they had no leeway, upon failure, the opponent's counterattack was enough to kill them. Unless it was a desperate situation, Lu Shengxiong rarely saw such a desperate attack. It was Ping Xiaoshan. After living in an army for a long time, Ping Xiaoshan had changed greatly. The originally weak and cowardly Ping Xiaoshan had also become more manly. When Ping Xiaoshan saw Lu Shengxiong's lightning breaking through space, he immediately realized that it was his chance, and in a rush, he launched his attack. Under the immense pressure, the extremely anxious Ping Xiaoshan forced himself to calm down. What did the commander usually say? In an army, we never set individual victory as the goal, everyone has their own use, and through proper coordination, we can defeat our opponents. He licked his lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He trained in spatial laws, and Nai Chiu treated him as an ambush, and even specially arranged a few tactics for him. Qin Zhen and Lu Shengxiong had an irreconcilable hatred with them, and when they met, their eyes would turn red. Sophie, who came from the Su family, also understood that to the Su family, it was a battle that they could only win. The death servant's gaze never left the death thumb ring in Shu Yi's hand. One after another, blurred figures spread out like a tide, moving extremely fast. The moment he summoned the lightning ball, they rushed into it. The enemy could take the death thumb ring from his corpse, other than that, there was no other way. Spatial law threads quietly connected to the whole. Suddenly, his eyes constricted. Tilda, not good, the old man is running. Tilda, an extremely thick and solid lightning aura, like a silver lightning spear, instantly struck a Maori. Others could not do anything to the broken space, but Ping Xiaoshan, who trained in spatial laws, knew that the broken space was not as stable as everyone thought it was. Every time the door-sized guillotine slashed down, it would be earth-shattering. And their ferocious aura caused people's minds to tremble. Lu Shengxiong glanced at them coldly, and extended his finger out towards a Maori. Suddenly, the expanding black hole in front of him rippled. Continuous explosions of light auras pierced through the night sky, the resplendent light aura reflected on Nichio's pale and delicate face, the corner of his mouth curled up, as though he had a card up his sleeve. But his forehead was covered in perspiration, showing that he was also operating to the extreme. A Maori who was running frantically changed, he roared, his body suddenly became blurry, his speed increased explosively, and like a shadow, he rushed towards Lu Shengxiong. The old man looked ordinary, but his strength was much stronger than the lunatic Lu Tianwen. It was evident from the large number of people behind him that had fallen. All of them were comrades that they had just rescued, and were not used to such a method of fighting. Since they were not going to die, it was good for them to suffer a bit, and the group of wolf cubs would train hard. The burly man at the very front borrowed the momentum of his charge and slashed at a thunderball without any fancy move. But